Laura, I don't think I can hear you. I think we started with a problem. I could hear you before, but now it's just... I can hear you! Please tell us they don't. Same issue. Oh.
Can you hear me now? I think now it's going to be better for the chat.
I can still hear you, which is good.
Yeah.
At least I can hear you.
Same issue, same sound problem again.
No, I think that's the previous message, yeah?
Yeah, exactly. I'm just trying to see. I now changed my microphone in the OBS. Good now, working
Now working.
Okay, so that means I need to buy a new microphone. Okay, on to-do list for
Awesome.
sure. It's
We go shopping!
just a bit silent. Yeah. Oh yeah. Ooh. Yeah, I would love that for sure. Okay, I'm just gonna put my
But
microphone
microphone
a bit
shopping
louder.
shopping is probably not the kind of shopping that you would be thinking about.
Yeah, I'm not an expert. I'm not an expert, as you can see. We love technical issues. The more, the better. But I think we broke the ice now, Raluca. I think now we can just relax as long as it works. It's a bit silent, but I hope that's not a problem for the chat. I guess that's even better for me. Don't need to speak too loud. Okay, hello everybody and welcome to Aktobe Open commentary. I hope I'm pronouncing this right. Raluca, is it correct?
I have no idea.
Yeah.
I hoped you knew better than me. We were just talking before we started the stream. I could hear Laura perfectly, by the way, before we started. When we had solved all the issue with OBS, it was all set up perfectly. And we were talking that in our languages, you read things as you see them.
Exactly.
So for me, I see Aktobe and I would read it Aktobe. If anyone knows how you read that, please let us know.
Yeah, but anyway, it doesn't matter our bad pronunciation. We hope it's correct. However, the open is extremely strong. So, for example, if we check some of our top players on the list, we have Wang Hao, Sarana Alexei, Sargsyan Shan, Ceparino, Naidit, Shugiro, so many top grandmasters that are going to be competing for the top prizes. And we also have pairings for today. On the first board, Wang Hao with the black pieces against Rostotsev Dimitri. Again, I'm sorry. We will try our best. We will get used to the pronunciations till the end of the tournament for sure. Right, Raluca?
Yeah. We'll
I
see.
hope so. I hope so, yeah. And right as I was speaking, I think we have some moves on the board.
Do we? Let me.
Yeah, let's just check if something is happening. Not yet in our analysis room. However, if I saw correctly on the official website, they actually already, maybe it was just the opening move. They already started with the first move.
Maybe because they had the opening ceremony just before, and okay, there we have some moves.
They had a very long opening ceremony. In fact, I think it started 1 hour before the round.
Yes, it did.
Which is interesting. But I'm sure in Kazakhstan they love chess. They love promoting chess, and I'm sure they had this whole event even for the opening.
Sometimes it's nice they get these nice ceremonies with dancers and yeah, it's really really nice.
Exactly. And also for these FIDE events, you have this chess singer, right? I think she's also from Spain.
She's Chilean. She's Chilean. She's from Chile.
Okay, yes. Okay. Yeah, and it's, I think, extremely interesting event. Yeah, and you hire these chess dancers, and the pieces are dancing off the board and also on the stage. And it's always very interesting. Yeah, and I think they just made the first ceremonial move. However, in Sarana versus Kuru, I think we already have 3 moves. Exactly. Yeah.
Yes, now it's updating for me as well. I see moves on all boards.
Perfect.
And some important technical things that we should mention is the time control. It's 90 minutes for the whole game with 30 seconds per move, so no extra time on move 40. We're gonna have some fun probably in the time trouble. Just us, not the players. It's always like that.
Yeah.
And this time there are no draws allowed under 30 moves. So we have the Sofia rule in this tournament. We have seen some very quick draws in some previous tournaments, but that's not going to happen here unless they repeat moves. Yeah,
exactly. Yeah, I think we're going to see very fighting chess, especially because these all top grandmasters are fighting for some amazing prizes in this tournament, and I think we can expect very fighting chess. I think especially in the first round and the last one.
No, for sure. The first round, I think all favorite players are going to try to win.
Exactly, yeah.
But since it's so strong, I'm sure we're going to have some surprises.
Yeah, especially Van Gaal with black pieces. Sarana is playing white, so it's supposed to be a bit easier to play with white pieces. But
Yeah.
we will see, things can go wrong very, very easily. I think we
I'm very
both know,
excited
yeah?
to. Yeah, of course. First round, in my experience, first rounds are very difficult because normally I would be a favorite, but it doesn't mean that it's very easy because it's the first round. You have to get into
Yeah.
the mindset, right? You just come after maybe you traveled
Yeah,
just that day. I hate
exactly.
traveling on the same day, but it happens. I
Yeah,
usually like arriving one day before.
exactly. Me too, me too. But sometimes, when you have to do it, you have to do it. Sometimes there are no options. But yeah, it's very nice if we have time to relax before the round. And I hope players actually have some time because now they're already playing some very interesting openings. Where should we jump to?
Maybe we should just start with well, we have Ankao's game on the board now. We have only a few
We
moves,
have a
and we
few
have a
moves.
Sicilian.
Exactly, yeah. Are you a Sicilian player? I think so,
I
yeah.
am, yeah,
Yes, you are, yeah. I am
but
really
not this
not often,
Sicilian.
yeah, not, yeah. Not this one, yeah, there's so many.
Not
There's
this
so
one.
many variations. Um, maybe, okay, maybe we can I just want to jump through some, maybe first top 10 games to just see if there's some crazy opening.
Interesting. Yeah.
Yeah, for example, Sarana versus Kuru, I think we have a very typical opening, so we
Mm-hmm.
cannot expect anything yet. On the third board, Gutam versus Sargisian, we have this very interesting c4, e3, b3.
This but maybe more modern systems, right?
Yeah, this is a bit more. They're becoming very popular these days. I guess players are very tired of of these classical openings already, which I can obviously understand. For the board, we have Ceperino versus Badelka. So, girl playing on the fourth board. She's one of the not many female players competing in the Master tournament. However, we're always happy to see a strong woman, and I hope she's going to be playing for a GM norm.
Yeah,
We
that would be really nice. How many women do we have? I actually did not check that, and would be interesting to see.
Yeah, we can for sure check that on
So let me see.
chess results.
So on the starting rank, I
Mm-hmm.
should be able to see 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9.
Exactly. Yeah, I think I counted as well. I think they were supposed to be 10 at the beginning. I think also Ksenia Balabaeva was supposed to compete in this tournament, but dropped out the last minute. So now we have 9 women competing in the tournament.
And we have one Romanian player. Since we are checking, we have Tudor Henry, who's a very young and promising player from Romania.
Yeah.
And he's been playing a lot. He played in Dubai.
Okay.
Yeah, Dubai Open. And he got an IM, I think his last IM norm there.
Oh, yeah. I see he's still a FIDE master, so he's not
Yes.
officially an
No,
IM
he
yet.
just got the last norm. And if I remember correctly, he already had over 2400, so it's just a matter of getting the title approved.
Yeah.
I
Wait for
remember there
that.
was something funny about his tournament because he had played what 6 round and he had played against all Indians, and he had the rating performance. He had the rating
Mm-hmm.
average, but he didn't have the countries because everyone was from India.
Oh yeah, this can be an issue. You can have an amazing tournament, but then like not a lot of players from different countries. Yeah, it can be tricky to get dorms. We all know that. So, but he
Yep,
managed. He managed to
he
get it.
managed.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think he got well, let's say lucky in the last round, and he played people from other countries.
Mm-hmm. Okay, that's very good. Okay, awesome. Yeah, so he's a youngster from Romania, future grandmaster, hopefully.
Hopefully. And I
And
think
yeah.
maybe that's why he got accepted to this master's
Uh-huh.
category, because normally, from what I read in the regulations, it's for people over 2400, but
Mm-hmm.
there were a few spots open that organizers could decide if who they would give them to,
Mm-hmm.
and you had to apply. So I assume that he got accepted because he's young and is looking for
Yeah.
strong tournaments.
That's always nice that organizers can recognize a talent and give him the opportunity, because it's very hard these days to play against these strong players. Especially in Romania, you have such strong male, also female team.
Yep.
And it's impossible to get in it if you are not already a grandmaster. And in Slovenia, we have this thing, like these grandmasters that are playing these days, they just want to retire to give youngsters the spot, the opportunity to play these top grandmasters. But in Romania, you have so many strong players that it's hard to,
And they've been there forever, is what you're saying. Yeah, nobody will retire. You
I
have
guess
to
you guys just love
become
chess.
better than them. Yeah.
I guess you guys just love chess more. What can I say? No, chess is such a beautiful game, yeah. But apparently, it's in Slovenia, it's just not worth it to these grandmasters. They have some companies that are not related to chess, so of course, then it's very difficult to have everything.
No, I think that's totally understandable. It's not easy to make a living out of chess, unless, at least not from playing, yeah? You have to do something else.
I think playing these days is for fun. Everything else that you do with chess, so training and being here, for example, then this is how chess players work. Sadly, this is the reality, but I hopefully in the future everything will improve, though. I really have high hopes, but we never know where this is going.
I think it already has, right? Because a few, maybe 5-6 years ago, you wouldn't think about making a living out of chess without, like with just teaching, maybe, or doing other things.
Exactly. I think everything has improved. So hopefully chess will become a known sport. I think it's important for chess to be public sport, like TV, radio, just to be broadcasted somehow, and then it's going to be much easier for us. I think that's my opinion. That's going to make everything a bit easier for sportsmen in chess.
And it has become more popular. It's funny because I went to the airport a few days ago, and the taxi driver was talking, and we got to, and what do you do? And I'm like, I'm a chess player.
Yeah.
Oh, really?
Always, yeah.
It's always that reaction.
Yeah. They're always positively surprised. Everybody's like very positively, wow, you play chess. Chess is amazing. I played chess when I was 5 or something like that. They always share a story from school.
No, but he told me that, chess has become so much popular, so much more popular now. He said all my friends play, and my family, and my niece plays, and all the kids play, and I don't know if they're gonna make a living out of it, but it's nice because at least they're not with their phones, he was saying, and they stay there and train their minds.
I actually agree. This is very nice that many youngsters are understanding that chess can be a beautiful game, and it's also very it can improve your knowledge. It can teach you many things, and that phones can't, even though these days on TikTok, I think I learned so many things that I don't know if they're true or not with chess, you know that they're true, yeah? Okay, let's try to jump.
What do we have here in this?
Which game do you
this
want?
This game that we have, we had
Ceperino versus Battleca.
Can we go? Yeah. Can we go over the first move? Let's see how it started. It was just a normal Queen's Gambit, I guess.
Yeah, it transposed from c4 e6. This is something I play myself because it's just less theory with black pieces. And Battleca, I know that Battleca, she's actually in a team with me for European Club Cup, and I also know she doesn't like theory as much as other top players. So avoiding as much is the best.
Possible.
Yeah, it's the best option. So we can relate to that with her. And this just transposed to classical Carlsbad structure, where the question is knight going to f3? It's going to e2? Is queen going to c2 first? There's some nuances here with both colors. So h3 first, basically. Not allowing bishop g4 when I decide to go knight f3. I think that's a move. Yeah, and also in this case, bishop can move to h2 after knight h5. So it's just very logical.
In some lines, you can keep the bishop.
Exactly, yeah, exactly. Some lines doesn't work always. However, c5 directly from Raluca, that is very direct. Have you seen this before?
I'm more used to seeing the 94 ideas,
Yeah,
but
exactly.
they don't
Somehow,
work now. No, she has to have a pawn on c6 for that.
yeah. C5 is very, very direct approach. Usually, just I would say that playing for a win even. Um, because you know when you play c6 you stabilize, you play 94 usually with this bishop on g5 even to
Mm-hmm.
exchange as many pieces, and I think black has perfect amount of space, but here with c5 directly attacking the center, the knight will come to c6.
I guess it makes sense because the king is also in the center, so
Yeah, okay.
try
um,
to open up.
yeah, so for example if I decide to play something like knight f3, which is
Yeah.
a logical move, um, what is the plan with black pieces? Do you want to go c4, or do you like want to play on the queen side? Do we want to go knight c6? There's so many questions. What can we do? I mean, I'm sure Badalka knows exactly because I think she studied this. I just don't know exactly. I like this for her, but I just don't know exactly what was her mindset coming into this game.
I'm wondering if c4 works already.
Yeah, c4, for example,
If
bishop c2.
because we don't have b5. Yeah.
Yeah, I was thinking b5 looks very nice. However, after knight b5, something like queen
Oh wait,
a5,
we have queen a5,
but
knight
knight
c3.
c3, and now
No, 94.
you want to go knight e4? Okay, okay.
But you can just take it.
Yeah, I think this is just too bad of a pawn structure for
No, no,
black
no.
pieces.
No, if you can take it, no, thank you.
Yeah, I was thinking maybe bishop b4, but honestly, I think even if white castles, I do not want to exchange my black bishop.
Mm.
I think so. I don't want to leave this one hanging, but I'm not sure. Just something to consider. Do I really want this? Is black developed enough to play this position?
Yeah, the queen also
Yeah,
looks a bit strange on c3.
yeah.
I wonder if something like, yeah, maybe e4 is too much, but something like getting the queen trapped.
Ooh, okay, you're already, yeah,
It
okay, okay,
doesn't
okay,
because queen
yeah,
a3 is
yeah,
there.
yeah. Okay, no, there's always queen e3, you're right, but that's a very interesting line to think about. I think c4 maybe, we will see because knight f3 is actually on the board.
Yeah, knight c6, I thought what you had before looked more logical. Because you want to take on d4, right? And you get this asymmetrical pawn structure if white castles.
Yes, exactly. This would be perfect, I think, if for black scenario you just want to get the symmetrical structure and somehow it's going to be equal, but also you always have the option to play c4, a6, b5, and maybe have some fun with the attack. But I think with in Badilka's shoes, first round you're playing a strong elite grandmaster from Bulgaria, Ivan Ceperino. I don't think you want to go all in already, right?
No, but sometimes it makes more, or I don't know if it makes more sense, but maybe it's better if you go on the offensive side and ask questions. I don't know. It's annoying when people you want to beat attack you, know?
Yeah, exactly. It
Make
can
it
be. Oh,
difficult for them.
so you think it's a strategy? Ooh, okay. Okay, by the way, 96 castle on the board. I think this
I
is
think it's not a
something.
bad strategy when you're playing someone higher rated.
Really? Okay, so
Maybe.
you just like attack them and they're like, "Oh no, wait."
No, I don't think they're gonna be like that. But
No, I
what I
think
mean is,
yeah.
don't be. Maybe it's better than just being very solid,
Ah.
like extremely solid.
Yeah, okay, I
And
get your
because
point.
sometimes,
Yeah.
probably positionally, they would outplay you.
I get your point. Yeah, yeah. So sometimes, basically, you're saying playing for a draw.
Yeah,
It's like just a sign of weakness, and it's also very annoying because you can see that your opponent is playing for a draw, and you're just like, okay, come on, fight a bit. Um, This can actually be more annoying than getting attacked sometimes. Like, you see your opponent is playing for a draw and you're just like, you know, like, do I really have to deal with this right now? So I don't know which is more annoying.
Yeah, I don't know. I think if you're...
Depends on the personality.
It depends, of course. If the difference between the players is very big at some point, it will show even in trades, making the wrong decision when trading a piece, going to the wrong endgame. It has happened on both ends. I've been on the receiving end and on the winning end.
Yeah, exactly. This is, yeah. Okay, but however, knight c6 castle on the board, this is something I think we both predicted. This is logical. I really wonder now, Badelka is of course thinking what will be her approach. I would consider going a6 to threaten c4, b5. However, I think I could also just play something like bishop e6 if I wanted to, like if I really wanted to completely consolidate.
You wouldn't want to take on d4?
Oh, yeah, this is also an option. Yeah, you're right. I almost forgot about it. Yeah, thank you for reminding me. I would actually consider also taking on d4 for sure.
But maybe it's not so easy to develop after taking on d4.
Yeah, because this bishop on d3 can be a bit tricky now. That's why I was...
But you can play bishop e6 and
yeah,
queen...
I could play bishop e6. I think something like rook e1 would happen. Maybe we could consider something like queen b6 with black pieces. Sometimes. I'm not sure if it works now. Also, something to be considered with white pieces would be after c takes d4, would something like knight b5 work?
Oh, because knight c7. That's a good point.
Because c takes d4 is actually on the board. Wow, okay, Badolka is listening to us. Okay. Knight b5, yeah, something to consider. Again, not sure if it works.
I think the fun thing to do would be to take on e3. Yeah. Let's go for it.
Oh my god, I love this. I was in the same mindset. Yeah, and after knight c7, you know what? I guess we're taking on f2 first.
Yeah, and it's an exchange for how many pawns? 2 pawns.
Well, the thing is, as white, I cannot even take with the rook because of bishop c5, and then it's not even an exchange anymore, I think.
No.
Because this knight probably will fall in the future. So it's actually, I don't think it works. I think I would love to give my exchange, I think, as well as
and
you.
And king takes is a lot of fun. Yeah, king takes, why not? Knight h5 and then bishop c5.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
Like, oh
we
my God,
managed to checkmate Chaparinov, yes.
Yay! A win is a win. A win is a win, even if imaginary one. That's why, of course, Chaparino didn't play knight b5, but decided to take knight d4. Not e takes d4, but knight d4.
All right. So he prefers to trade a knight on c6.
I think Badalka would want to take on d4 anyway. And after e takes d4, is this harder or easier for her? It's confusing because this bishop on c8, it's not a very nice bishop, yeah.
And maybe the idea is that if bishop e6, now he has knight b5 ideas?
Yeah, exactly. Knight b5 can be very scary, especially rook c8 doesn't work because of the a7 pawn.
So maybe that's why he wanted to trade a knight on c6.
Tricky. He knows the tricks, yeah. He knows the tricks.
He's got this well studied.
Oh yeah, surprise.
Surprising.
Yeah, surprise. I just wonder, yeah, I think this is a very uncomfortable move because you already move your rook to e8 and you really do not want to move it back to f8.
And someone is asking us how many rounds will the tournament have? It's 9 rounds. It's a classical format.
Yes.
Of 9 rounds.
Classical format, 9 rounds, and it's 90 minutes plus 30 seconds. And
no double rounds either.
Yeah, exactly. No morning rounds for us. As for the commentators,
only one.
As for the chess players, yeah, only one, and it's the last one. We can actually show you the schedule now that everything's still in the opening phase, so we really do not need to go into detail, but this is the schedule of the tournament, so from round 1 to round 9. There's no free day as well in between, so you know what, just be here with us for the whole week and we're gonna be happy.
Yep.
For 9 days, not just 1 week, please.
No.
And also, by the way, I invite all of you that are in the chat, if you have any chess questions or tournament questions, we would love to chat with you as well. We would love to interact with you, so please, everybody is welcome to share their opinion or their questions.
Is it Swiss or round robin? It's Swiss. We have 34 boards. Yep. That makes 68 players.
And all of them are live. By the way, we were wondering before if they will actually make all of them live boards, because in some tournaments they just decide top 10, top 15, but all of them are live. So we have a lot to cover. Any game, if you find any position extremely interesting or dramatic, just mention it to us and we will check it out. Yeah, so we can actually try to move on from this game. This game will develop into something interesting probably, but just want to see what's happening on the other boards. Board 5, Valia versus Daneshvar. Again, another Sicilian, so I think that's Najdorf, right? I'm very bad with the names, I'm so sorry. Especially with the Sicilian, as I actually don't play it.
That's the Najdorf, yeah.
Okay, so you will have to correct me if I say it wrongly. So something very known, is knight e2 a common move? Though, and h5, I actually don't know if I've seen this often. Knight d2, h5, I'm gonna check the Lichess opening book. So knight d2 is the main move, but h5, okay. This is played. This is actually played very often. And g3, bishop e7, okay. This is something I don't see very often, so I'm slightly surprised. Do you see?
No, it's nice to see what we have here. Okay, so take the bishop on e7 and try to prove that the d6 pawn will be a weakness. Okay, also because I think the threat was to take on d5 and force white to take with a pawn.
Yeah, after bishop b7. Yeah, you usually do not exchange this knight from d5, but I guess this is still theory. Let me see. Knight e7. I just want to see where it went, where it deviated actually. Just a second. Okay, b5 is most played. Knight d5 also, and here knight takes d5 is actually the main move. So on move 10, and after queen takes d5, rook a7.
Rook a7, and we get bishop b7 with the gain of tempo.
Yeah, bishop e3 though first, and now rook b7.
I guess that's nice.
Yeah, and I guess
b7.
Yeah, actually b7 is the most played. Yeah, this is...
I thought the rook would go to... I thought bishop e6 followed by rook d7 or rook d7 directly.
Yeah, bishop e6, queen d2 was also played. And now, yeah, rook d7, rook b7. I do not know why they don't put it there, but I guess knight c3 is a struggle.
Stops d5.
Yeah, no, very, very, very interesting for sure. So knight d5 was the main move, and Daneshvar decided to go knight bd7, which is a sideline, so I guess a slight surprise. And okay, knight c3, bishop b7, yeah, knight e7, I guess. That was actually played, like Liko versus Mamejaro actually was played, queen e7, and bishop g5. This is actually following their game from 2013.
Yeah, I see a few important games here.
Yeah, actually, many important games. Yeah, Caruana versus Huifan, Shiro Shugero, so many games. And
so we are being told that you won the bishop on b7, not e6 in these lines, according to Giri.
Yeah, okay. I do believe that. So I guess it was in the previous position that we mentioned. So knight d5, queen d5, rook a7 here. I guess you want your bishop here if possible. But that's why I'm wondering, why can I not go bishop d7 following bishop b7? Maybe I'm blundering something. Maybe this is a blunder. I don't know why it's not played. You know what? I'm just gonna turn on the stockfish and it will tell me. I will not. Actually, it's not a bad move. Okay.
So it's not a blunder. It's just.
It's not a terrible move. I guess it's not the best move, but apparently after queen d2, bishop b7, knight c3, it's a slight struggle for black because of long castle as well. Apparently. But it's playable, I think, on maybe not on a top level,
maybe
but
the
in
knight
general.
wants to go to d7.
Yeah, I guess this knight is misplaced now. Maybe misplaced, undeveloped, and cannot be placed on a nice place. I guess, yeah.
Yeah.
So I guess our knight wants to be on d7. Okay, so I'm glad we cleared this up. We learned something in the opening. Well, at least I did. So yeah, that's why
we all did.
At least that's why knight d7 was played. Now we know. And yeah, so these exchanges happened, bishop g5 and queen e6, which still follows these top games. So both of them probably already saw this position before. Both of the players.
So what would we want to do here with white? I would think...
Yeah.
Oh, wait, b4 is a threat.
Yeah, it I guess it is. That's why a3 it's, I think, most played move. But if I decide to, I don't know. If I decide to, let's say, go queen d2, b4, can I go knight d5?
Yeah, but now isn't this kind of nice? You want to win the pawn on b4.
I just wonder, okay, I guess this is not exactly what you want with white pieces. I just wonder, is it really that bad?
Okay, let's try. Knight takes d5.
It takes d5. Are you going queen
and
f5,
now,
queen g6?
Yeah, queen f5 or queen g6. I don't know which way to go. But they look similar.
Can I take on b4?
Yeah, you can. That's what I was trying to figure out.
Now
I could.
Yeah, I
take on g5 maybe.
Take g5, queen b7, rook b8.
Something like that.
Queen a6. I'm greedy, you know. I'm just greedy.
Yeah,
at this
of course.
point.
Rook takes.
Rook takes b. No, can you? Yeah. Okay, I guess you can take. But still, like, I take on d6. I think this is dead.
Oh, you take on d6. Okay, yeah.
I mean, you can go queen
e7,
but somehow I think this is not enough for black to hold.
No, okay, no.
Oh, yeah. Board 1 and board 2 need a scroll. Yes. Here we go. Almost ready. Sorry, just updating OBS stuff. We'll manage. And you can... Yeah, okay, so now that we figured this out...
Fine.
Yeah, oops. Technical issues. Love that. Okay, here we go. This works better. Yeah, okay, so this is why queen e6 is on the board. We expect, I think, a3 to stop this b4, but is anything else bad? Queen d2 is not a bad move. In fact, it has same evaluation as a3.
Okay, if taking on d5 doesn't really work, I guess.
Yeah.
Because I really wanted b4 and takes on d5.
Yeah.
But then I guess that knight c5 that's suggested there.
Yes, knight c5. Yeah, just knight c5 seems to be good enough, so I guess. But this can develop into a very dynamic game, especially with this structure. So I guess we can try to move on to see, because in the next game, board 6, I can actually see that Sgîrcea is already down almost 25 minutes from his opponent, and it's move 10. So...
And isn't this sort of a very well-known position?
Yeah, let's start from the beginning. Again, c4, e6, and again we have this Queen's Gambit, but this time accepted with e3, c5. Yeah, like you said, this is very often played. I just wonder where Sgîrcea started to think Here. Oh, okay. So after a6. Black now wants to go b5, bishop b7 to put this bishop on this very nice diagonal, if possible. Also to go maybe knight b4, knight d5, knight a5, knight c4. So many options. So I guess Sgîrcea just wants to decide how he will...
Which way to go.
Yeah, how will he put his pieces.
I think a3 is common here to stop the knight b4 ideas.
Yeah, and after, for example, b4, we would go bishop a2 or something.
Yep. Yeah.
And now, is this actually on the board?
No.
Sorry, no. Okay, so my board just changed the color for no reason. From gray to colorful. And after bishop b7, is it time for d5 or is it not working yet? Doesn't seem to be working yet.
Yeah, that's what I was trying to figure out, if it works or not.
I guess knight d5 is just very easy response because of this bishop here. I guess. Who knows?
Yes.
maybe
yes.
maybe we're wrong.
No, it looks like everything's protected.
Yeah, I think it's too fast. So I wonder.
So maybe play the natural way with rook. I don't know. Maybe queen d3.
Okay, and rook d1, bishop b1. Hello.
Yeah.
Well, okay, I like this. You know what? I like your style. This is
Why
going
not?
to be very fun. This is going to be very fun. I love it. I love queen d3. I love it. Very classical.
Very classical plan in these positions, no?
Exactly. You just want your pieces on the perfect squares, and then you just start to attack very slowly, but very annoyingly for your opponent, especially if he makes some move like g6. It's just too big of a weakness.
I think black has to play that. But here, also classical h6, maybe?
H6, yeah.
But then you'd play bishop d2, I guess, or what?
You would
because on bishop h4, you have these ideas with knight h5, right?
Yes.
Which I don't know if they work. Yeah, they seem to work.
Yes, exactly. Sometimes you could even consider something like knight d5. Oh, sorry, something just, some moves.
It went, for me it went to the...
Okay.
So, yeah.
Technical issues.
And now it goes to one house game.
Did you move that?
Nothing.
Oh, no.
I did absolutely nothing.
Oh, okay. So some of our editors, our mods, I guess, really want us to to commentate board one. Good enough. Okay. So let's go to board one. Okay. Let's do it.
Did anything happen?
Back.
Let me just... I'm going to click back to live mode because I am on... Yeah, so I don't know if it changes for you. Okay, there we go. Nothing happened for you.
No, okay. Okay. Yeah, no, that's fun. It's very fun. Okay, so there was this Sicilian with bishop g5, and here we left off.
We have a knight dwarf here as well, yeah?
Yeah, you're right.
Where can I see the standings? It's too soon for standings because they just started. This is round 1. But they will be available on chess results, and we will also have them up before the start of the stream. And whenever you want us to show them, we can just bring them.
Yeah, but so far, if you want to see the starting rank, it's chess results. You click on Kazakhstan Chess Federation, and you will see the
Aktobe. Let's go with Aktobe.
Aktobe Open.
Nobody told us anything.
It's okay. We winged it. Aktobe Open. Masters, you also have Open, you have Challengers. So you have actually 3 tournaments. Like I said, we will get used to pronouncing it by the end of the tournament. In fact, after the round is over, I will ask ChatGPT how to pronounce it. Yeah. In fact,
Thank you.
Yeah. In fact, I actually was asking ChatGPT how to pronounce your name because I didn't want to embarrass myself. Yes, it actually said Raluca, but then for your surname, it didn't say it in your Romanian way, but it was like ch at the end, like che, like cha, something like that. I don't know. I forgot already. I was just like, it's first name, it's enough. But okay, yeah. So e6, f4, queen c7, and queen f3 now.
Okay, not much has happened. I see what is thinking. Probably he thought for a while before queen f3. Was it?
Actually, wait. Yeah, he thought for like 20 minutes for queen f3. That's a lot of time, especially because there's no extra time after 40 moves to think about, but I
Maybe
guess...
this game will be interesting as well. Has potential, the Najdorf.
Especially, I think white wants to long castle here. It's an idea, maybe not immediately, because b5, b4 can happen very fast. But queen f3, has some potential in general, asking black, okay, where are you going? Where are you moving? Because for something like b5 to happen, now e5 is a threat, right?
Yep.
Somehow.
Well, there's
Not
bishop b7
yet.
still, yeah?
Yeah, not yet.
I
But
think queen
could be
f3
interesting.
prepares long castles. Or maybe it's just that simple.
Just that simple. You think so? Yeah, okay. Yeah, sometimes chess is simple. Sometimes I forget. Chess is a simple game, really. Like, it's really sometimes just the first idea that pops to mind. It's the most logical one. Okay, yeah, so queen f3, bishop e7, yeah, Wang Hao just developing, basically preparing to short castle. I don't think Wang Hao is thinking about long castle himself, so
No.
usually you go short, and white, of course, can decide to go long castle, but we will see now. Oh,
And sometimes he can
yeah,
even keep the king in the center, I guess, right? He
that's
doesn't have
true.
to hurry
Correct.
with short castles, and he can start b5, bishop b7, put the rook on c8.
Correct. That's
And so
why
on.
after long castle,
So
actually,
I
Wang
don't know if
Hao,
this will...
yeah.
Okay, this doesn't show. Yeah, it
Yeah,
does.
no,
There
I
we go.
can see your arrows, yeah.
Okay, and then
Um,
maybe rook c8 ideas.
I can also check if my live update works. Sign. Okay.
Yeah,
Yeah. Sure.
that's why I couldn't see, I guess, your moves on my board. And if you could... the rec, is it also
Yeah.
green?
Yeah. I have it now, so you can
Great.
actually move. Oh, my hands are free. No, it's we can share. It's very great. On Lichess, you make this analysis board, and we can both share it, our thoughts with our moves. So that's awesome. It makes it very easy for us. So that's very good job from the moderators.
I think Lichess has always been one of the best, if not the best.
For me, it is,
Website. I've
but
always
I'm
used it.
biased. Yeah,
Yeah.
I actually always use it as well. It's so far it's the best website. It's the easiest as well, the most simplest. You see the tournament, you go, you see to play, you click play. You want
Yeah.
puzzles, you click puzzles. You do not have to open.
Very intuitive, yeah.
Very simple and direct, and that's perfect.
And free.
True, and no ads. Oh, how that helps. Oh, that's amazing. So
We have
yeah.
a question here, so let's see. I was going to ask, do you have any advice for keeping your brain engaged when studying the opening? I have the database/engine open like most probably do, but struggle to think myself when using those tools. Well, I think, in my opinion, that if you want to learn an opening very well, a very good thing to do, I have seen, I think I saw Dominguez speaking about it as well, is that he takes the positions and he plays it on a board. And then you start thinking about the positions that you have. And this way, when you get there to the game, you won't be like, and now what should I play here? You have already thought about the position, you have seen your opponent's ideas, your opponent's plans, you kind of know what you want to get, and you play it easier.
I think that's a very good advice, especially because me, when I lack time to actually study opening, I just learn on the database like you do, and then when I come to the game on the board and I play it, and I'm like, oh my god, but this worries me, but this worries me. But what if
Yes,
he
right?
plays this logical move that it's bad by engine? I know it's bad by engine, but then I'm
But
looking and
why?
it's like, no, it's not bad. What do you mean? Yeah, like I don't see it. So this is such a good advice. Just put it on the board and think what worries you.
And if you maybe don't have time to put it on the board, what I like to do when I have time is that I think about the position, that if I have chess base open, I have it there. And I ask myself these questions, like, what's a logical move here? I mean, I see the most played move, I see the engine's move, but sometimes that's not the most logical move for me. And it happens that in the game, my opponent plays exactly that move because it looks logical.
Exactly.
So I think that's a way to keep your brain engaged, just to ask yourself, what would you do there? Not just read the engine or the database. And then you can also see a lot of games in the openings that you play.
Yeah, but whenever we have the engine open, I think we can agree that it's hard to think with
The
our
brain
own brain.
shuts off.
It just shuts off.
Down.
It's automatic. So we understand you, and yeah, there are this. Just don't work with engine all the time, basically.
Yeah, or just maybe learn how to work with it, right?
Yeah.
Rather than that, because it's a very good tool if you know how to use it.
Yeah. Exactly. That's very good advice. But I was just checking that what other games we can actually check. And Raluca, I want to go back to Raluca's game.
Yes, let's see that. Oh, okay, there it goes.
Because we left it off. Knight takes d4, and she did take on d4 and went bishop d6.
Because knight b5 was annoying, I guess.
Exactly, because after bishop e6, some knight b5 could be a bit troublesome. So bishop d6, very logical. You want to exchange another pair of pieces. Then it's going to make your life slightly easier. And after queen f3, bishop f4, queen f4, bishop d7. This is
I actually like this queen f3 that white played.
Let's talk about it. Yeah.
I was thinking, such a smart move. Yeah.
It is.
You replace the bishop with the queen.
Ooh, and have another threat, yes, of knight b5. That's true. It looks easy. I wonder, did Raluca have to take on f4?
I guess not. Maybe bishop e6 was still an option.
Bishop e6, but again knight b5. I was thinking, because then again we have some similar issues than before, with this knight coming to c7 or either d6. So that's why I think she decided to take and went queen.
And when bishop d7. Okay, stopping. Maybe knight b5.
But this bishop can become very passive. It's in the game, if not maybe used correctly. So
I see.
What can I do? Yeah, what can I do with white to maybe try to improve my position? Rook e1 doesn't do much. Rook c1 could be logical, but rook c8 is coming with black, and a6, and I don't feel any threats. So maybe it's just equal.
Can we put some pressure? Yeah, I guess not.
I would love to put some pressure. Okay, maybe rook e1, rook e5. Maybe that's something to think about. I want to put the pressure on d5 as well, but I wonder if black ever just decides to go bishop c6, if everything is just perfect.
It's one of those...
yeah.
I think I've said this before, but in case you haven't heard it, there's this very famous saying from Romanian Grandmaster Mihai Shuba. He was very famous in his times, and he was saying that bad bishop defends good pawns. So, I see it here. Yeah, bad bishop defends good pawns.
Okay. Yeah, that's fair point. It is a bad bishop, let's be honest. I would love to exchange it, however, yeah.
But what about the pawn on d5? Good pawn, yeah? The rule applies.
It is a very good pawn, I agree. Yeah. Okay, I just wanted to check what happened. A lot of exchanges. I think somehow it's equal, but if somebody is suffering, of course it's black with this bad bishop.
A little bit, no?
Very slightly. Very slightly. However, you know, when you suffer in the game, sometimes you just start playing stupid moves because you just don't know how to solve your issues, where to place the pieces. Sometimes that happens to me, but of course Raluca, I'm sure she's very very good player and will we'll know
Maybe,
where to put the
maybe it's
pieces.
not that easy to find a way for white
Exactly.
to
Exactly. So,
do something.
yeah, for sure. So I think we can move on if you agree.
Yeah,
Where, what?
let's look through
Yeah,
all the boards.
exactly. Where, which
Oh, we
positions we
left
can hang it? Yeah.
it, yeah, here, no?
Yes,
So we
exactly.
have
Queen e6.
castles.
Yeah,
All right.
castles, rook c8, takes, and a4. So he didn't go for a3 or either queen d2 that we considered before. He decided to just play very simple, Valia with white pieces.
So now I guess b4. I'm wondering
Yeah,
how this can.
a4 is basically provoking b4
It is.
because
So my
I don't
guess
have a choice almost, right? I have to do something or
take on
defend it.
a4, but I don't see. I don't think
Oh,
that's a good choice, no?
no, I really don't want to take. I was thinking maybe okay, you could consider something like this or this, but also d6 can be such a huge weakness that I really don't want. b4, I think, extremely logical move.
And I guess that 95, yeah?
95, okay. Mm, but now, should I take
Can
with,
c2 suffer?
yeah, exactly. Like, maybe I start with something like bishop d5 and then move my queen to, I don't know, let's say f5.
Mm-hmm.
Attacking c2. I don't know, I somehow like this knight over this bishop right now. However, everything can of course change. Yeah, I don't know, I see a potential. Even if black castles, I want to play g5, maybe g4,
Oh,
you know,
with
just
castles?
even
So,
with
okay.
castles, even,
Okay.
yeah. But
I was going for more positional stuff. If you said castles, I was thinking, and rook c5 and rook c8.
no, of course, this is
Yeah.
maybe number one plan. I'm just saying, my brain things in
But
this way during the game. Okay, this is a logical plan, extremely. However, what if it doesn't work? Let me have a plan B, you know? So this g5 is already my plan B.
no, but what now you that you say that g5 and g4?
There's so many
Okay.
weak squares. Of course, if preferable, I would love to leave my king on e8. I just don't think it's gonna work long term.
Have it on e7 maybe.
Yeah, e7 maybe it's a better square.
But whenever you play g4, maybe white can play h4 and
Yeah. Then I was hoping I could maybe move my knight on some nice square to somehow maneuver it to f3, but of course this is
are
very
you going
slow.
to sacrifice on h4?
h4?
Mm. Are you going to bring your knight to g6? So we are, let's just make an answer.
Yeah,
Laura
just, yeah.
said that this would be a nice plan, and why not, no? So on h4,
Yeah.
I'm wondering, now that she created all these things, if she wants to get a knight to g6 and take on h4. If you're going to do something, just do it all the way, yeah?
Just do it all the way. Okay, this was not in my original plan.
No?
Not exactly. However, I'm not opposed to it if it works. It's with
Maybe it's too much.
with
No,
no pieces on the board, it's impossible to make it work. If I had two knights, then okay, but with one, it's a bit slow. But yeah, I mean, I think this position can be very rich with black pieces. So my thought is after b4.
Not knight d5?
But I don't have a choice, right? Because e4 is hanging.
No. Yes.
So I have to play it.
Maybe
right?
you have knight a2?
Yeah. Oh, but it's so ugly.
It's ugly. I mean, black, we don't even have to calculate, I guess, 94.
Yeah,
Maybe a5.
exactly,
And
a5, exactly.
it
A5.
just looks a little bit ugly.
Imagine, then I have to play first
Oh,
rook
and c3.
e1. You want to go
rook
c3?
e1 and you have c3. I thought after rook e1, but
yeah, first, yeah, okay.
who knows? Maybe it works directly.
Okay,
maybe it works directly, eh?
I don't. Yeah,
Because you take with a knight, eh?
That's true. Wait, that's true. That makes some sense. That does make some sense. Yeah. Okay, this is actually not a bad idea. Something again to consider is b3, knight c1, and then I don't know. Let's say bishop e4, and then you ask yourself what is better. These center pawns or this pawn on b3. b4 on the board, by the way, so we will see.
Okay.
But knight d5 was, I think
95.
92 was too passive somehow for white pieces, yeah, so knight d5 is on the board. Okay.
I don't even know if giving up the e4 pawn for the b4 pawn is really worth it, you know?
Yeah, also that. This is too many things to consider. And yeah, knight d5, it's just more active, I guess. But now, like I said, I like bishop d5.
This is a, yeah, I was just checking if this is a new position. It is.
I really, okay. Yeah, very interesting one. I do not want to check the engine yet. No evaluation.
No, let's just put our heads to
yeah.
to work.
Just gotta do it sometimes, you know?
No you engine, have to, yeah. That's why we play chess.
Yeah. No, it's a very good training for us, and I hopefully for our audience as well to, to think, maybe give us some ideas, give us some lines to think about. While maybe we can move on, maybe board 6.
Sgîrcea.
Nothing has happened yet. We just a4, bishop d7.
So this is the position now. Let me just promote this. There we go.
But oh my god, look at Sgîrcea's time.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I just want to check one moment. So is he thinking here? He's been thinking for 10 minutes. I'm wondering if he's considering something like d5, but maybe it doesn't work because of knight takes d5 again.
Because he could be considering bishop takes f6 and then d5 though. But again,
and knight e5 also looks good.
Also that not necessary, I think, to play bishop f6 if not needed, or just rook c1 again, like queen d3 later, sticking to our plan.
I'm checking the moves white played here. So queen e2. Main move, of course, makes sense. Queen e2. Just to the idea to bring the rook to d1 and maybe knight e5. Something like this looks nice.
Oh, that's nice, yeah.
I guess. And then I also see queen d2. Rook c1 and bishop takes f6.
Okay. Yeah, I don't know why Sgîrcea's thinking so much. I'm not sure what he usually plays with white pieces. Maybe this is something he's trying out for the, I don't know, not the first time, of course, but maybe he's not playing these positions very often. I just don't know why he's thinking so much. This is, like you said before, a very typical position. You have isolated pawn.
I guess he's trying to figure out which way. Sometimes you want to have a setup clear, no, and think where you get more chances to play a game.
Yes, of course, I understand. However, he was thinking already like 30 minutes for a4, and then after bishop d7, he's thinking for 13, 14 minutes already, and just like,
I know.
Okay, like I understand. I am also like that. Like I want to take my time, 20, even 30 minutes to create a plan. I want my pieces like this. I want my plane to be that. Get it? But then when you think for another 15 minutes, it's just bad time management.
No, and it's almost 1 hour difference. It's 45 minutes right now between them.
This can be very dramatic, especially because there's no added time after 40 moves. So I really want to be coming back to this game later, but I want to check maybe
next
the other boards, just maybe the live position before we move on to, if we want to check the opening. This looks like some endgame.
Yeah, I was just wondering what this was. It was a Sicilian.
Yeah, this was a
classical variation. I see. Okay.
Okay, so this is a classical variation. Yeah. Okay. This is something I know more than the other lines in the Sicilian, but very, very quickly this endgame happened. And do you think Naidis just wants to try to win in the endgame, or does he just want to consolidate with black pieces? Because he could be this type of player that he's just like, with black pieces I am safe, and then with white I play for a win.
Maybe. I don't know if it's necessarily like that. Sometimes you just don't get an advantage.
Yeah,
Life's
yeah.
hard.
Okay, so yeah. Like, I don't know,
And you
sometimes.
play with black and it's equal and you already got an advantage. Now, if you made it to equality with the black
Mm-hmm.
pieces,
Mm-hmm. That's
no?
already exactly, that's the step in the right direction. Now just like tweak a bit more and you're better, exactly. So I don't know, just somehow when you're going to an end game, okay, he's playing a FIDE master, but if he was playing an international master, for example, um, then it's already a bit tricky to play for a win. Yeah, somehow the structures so far don't give anything away, but again,
Yeah,
yeah,
it's not
end
clear
games.
how to make progress. Maybe try to make some weaknesses on the king side. I see there's a game here still.
Really? Okay.
Bishop h4 was played between Deimante,
Ah.
Cornet, yeah, and Emre Can. And it was a draw.
It was a draw, okay. Yeah, this is a very equal position. However, yes, like you said, anything can change. Of course, some Knight is a very experienced player, and with some technique, he can transpose this to a win if he really tries, if he really wants to. But of course, not easy.
I think the move that was played in that game, Bishop h4,
Yeah,
is
let's check it. Yeah.
quite smart as well.
Yeah.
You're trying to provoke a g3, yeah?
Yes, exactly. More weaknesses.
More weaknesses, but no, rook f1, of course. They know what they do.
Yeah, you do not want to play g3 if not needed. Yeah, rook f1. I wonder.
And then here she played b6.
Ah, okay, b6. Was actually Demante white or black? I'm not sure exactly.
And I think it's white. Yeah,
Okay.
I'm not sure
Yeah,
either,
yeah,
but
yeah.
I think it's.
Yeah, I think she
Maybe
was
she was
playing
black.
with white pieces. Um, doesn't matter, I guess. The game ended
So
in
rook
a draw.
d2 and f5. Okay, and eventually it was a draw.
Okay, but some fights. This center f5, e4, f4, g5 can happen. You know, something to watch out for sure. And also Naidich has 30 minutes more than his opponent, I think, in the current position. So he will not be worried in this game with black pieces.
No, yeah, I guess the king side majority is much easier to advance than the queen side because we know that queen side majority is usually better, no, in the end games. But how do you advance yours on the queen side?
Yeah, you're absolutely right. I think with white pieces, it's much harder to make progress in general, and even make an exchange. It's like
unless you double on the d file and you manage to trade everything.
yeah.
So maybe this is a very straightforward plan.
Yeah, but then why did white play rook he1? You know.
True. Yeah, that's a good question.
Maybe he, yeah, you know.
Yeah.
Just we will see what we will see what Naidich will manage to create, and we will come back to this game for sure. And let's try to move on to board 8. I don't think we checked this one either. Let's see the live position first. This also looks like something typical, but it was e4, e5, and the Spanish, the Rui Lopez, with bishop e7. Okay, so this is very classic. Very classic. Again, some exchanges made very quickly, and again, I think this is a very typical position. Black has bishop pair. However, the structure not amazing because white has this knight where he can jump on these squares with. But would you say this is an equal position?
I was just thinking that white seems to be fine because with black you would want your pawns on light squares, no? So to have the bishop on d5 a little bit restricted. So it would be great if this pawn was here, and then you could maybe play c6, and then you could play for the advantage of the two bishops. But
I
now, no, maybe this knight can go to c4 and stay on e3, or f1 to e3. I don't know.
Yeah.
How it gets there.
It can also go to a5 and c6.
Right, yeah. Oh, that's
so
a good
many
point.
options, so many, with b3 and c5, you know, wherever he wants he can move. And that's the beauty of this knight on d2, you know, just developed, but so many options. So yeah, like I think we both agree that white is very comfortable, even though he doesn't have a bishop pair. Sometimes, you know, knights are just more free in this type of positions. It can happen. It can
It
happen.
depends. The bishops, unfortunately, aren't always
Yeah, but
an advantage.
exactly, not
Wouldn't it
always.
be great if you had these fixed ideas and you know, I'm
Yeah.
gonna get the bishops now.
Yeah. You know, I sometimes just the idea of having a bishop pair against a non-bishop pair is like so thrilling. You're just like,
Mm-hmm.
oh, it will pay off eventually. You know, in like 30 moves, there's gonna be an end game, and I will, you know, they will be playing. But
Yeah, no,
no,
not always.
sometimes it just doesn't happen. But yeah, again, some very interesting game can happen from this. We can move on board 9. Oh, what do we have here? Simonian versus Amar. Again,
What was this? Has to be a close Sicilian.
knight c3 Sicilian, okay. With
A
bishop
close Sicilian,
d5.
okay.
Um, again, stop me if you know maybe that there's some novelty, but I think so far it's very normal. Maybe queen c7 is not a very common move. I see on Lichess database that d5 is actually the main move in this position. So queen c7, surprised by Amar. And yeah, some f4 and then long castle.
And he castle long, very nice.
Yeah. Okay, both are
Oh,
out.
we're gonna have a fight here.
I love it. And also f5 immediately. Does that work?
It looks like after bishop d6 that diagonal is really open, yeah.
Very
really
open.
tempting. But maybe he wants
dark
something
spoilers.
like, what does he want? Maybe bishop f4? Do you think maybe he wants this?
Yeah. I guess he wants to. Yeah,
New position, by the way, yeah.
Yeah, it is. Okay. Yeah, I think bishop f4 is very logical. Like, I do not want to let this bishop in or with combination of this knight. If not needed, I'm not gonna do it. I just wonder why did he, if I can move back to f5, why did he have to do it?
I don't think he had to, but it looked fun.
He just looked. I love this.
It looked like you were attacking.
Yeah, okay.
No, okay, but how is he with e5? You're thinking maybe
No, I
with
was
e5
thinking
and
maybe
94.
first, what if I just decide to go bishop e3? Of course, e5. I just wonder if black was threatening d5.
I think so.
You think so? Okay, so I
I
guess
think d5 is the plan.
d5 is the plan.
But how does f5 stop it?
Yeah, exactly. That's what I wanted. By the way, Sfero has rated us with party of 49. Thank you very much, and
hello.
welcome.
Yeah, thank you.
Welcome to Aktobe Open. We're learning how to pronounce it correctly. If anybody in the chat knows, of course, welcome to join us. Thank you, and yeah, we're commentating this very, very, very strong Open with Wang Hao, Chaparino, Sarana, so many strong grandmasters, and of course everybody that's interested, please join us. Yeah, and we're actually just on the game that's very, very intense. We were just thinking, wow, how does f5 stop the move d5 that was not played by Amar? But okay, what were you thinking?
I have an idea. What about bishop f4?
Yeah, bishop f4. However, after e5, you just want to take on d5.
Oops.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, I want to take on d5.
You just want.
I was looking at bishop d6, so that came as a big surprise.
Okay. No, this is the first move I want to consider. Yeah.
So pawn takes d5, I guess. Yeah. Let me. Okay.
Yeah, it's okay. Yeah, we can both move. So whenever you want.
Okay, someone has told us it's pronounced what?
Aktobe. Yeah, it's correct. Aktobe.
Something like that.
Aktobe. Okay, it's tournament in Kazakhstan, but we're not from that part, sadly. It's for sure very, very, very strong and interesting tournament in Kazakhstan. Their federation is working very well. Also, the Uzbekistan Chess Federation to promote chess. So always very.
They are organizing a lot of strong tournaments, a lot of events.
Very, very exciting time for chess. Hopefully, yeah. But But yeah, we will see what future brings. But like you were very positive about it before, you know, we have improved in chess world a lot with all these chess tournaments and these finances. So still improving, still in improvement period. But yeah, after e takes d5, if we move back to chess, you know, let's
Yes,
stick to
please.
that.
Let me take on f4.
Yeah, let's take on f4. And I guess
I
you
guess
take on
if
c6.
takes here,
So queen
then I want it
c6,
like,
and
yeah.
somehow, oopsie whoopsie, on g2.
Defending.
Yeah, you are.
That defense. So how? What's the count? So up a pawn. I like the count.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. I guess this is not enough. Like bishop d6 is just not enough, right?
Yeah, I have to defend. Maybe queen d2 is okay. Is it okay?
Yeah, I guess so. Something like queen d2, I could consider also queen f3 if I was being adventurous, but queen d2 seems to be working. So we like white, right?
I think white is okay.
So that's why maybe d5 was also like just no need to play it, but okay, yes, of course, after bishop f4, bishop d6, we still have to consider that, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
But again, doesn't d5 hang?
Yes,
Somehow,
that's exactly what I was trying to calculate.
maybe it's not, but
Yeah.
maybe it is, you know? Maybe it's
And
not,
oh,
maybe it
because
is.
you take with a knight
Yeah,
and you defend. Yeah,
let's
so this is
let's say so. Let's say so. I can do something like this.
right.
I don't know. Does it work? I'm not sure. What happens after?
I think it works. You can also take with the other knight if you don't want them to be hanging all over the place.
Yeah, maybe I was thinking to start with bishop f4 as well, where I'm.
Ah,
But then
forcing
again,
it.
yeah, you have.
You can also take
Yeah.
with f4 knight.
Oh, wait, sorry. Is
Yeah, that's right.
I'm sorry. I'm just confused now because actually the queen is hanging on c7.
Oh,
I was like,
bishop
wait, did I
f4 is
blunder the queen? Wow. Yes, yes. So this doesn't work for black for sure. Like, okay,
Oh,
no
there comes
queen.
the first blunder. Oh,
Yeah.
it took us an hour and a half.
Oh, actually, yeah. Wow, whoa, that must be a record so far. But yes, okay. So let's move back to the original position. So bishop d6 was played by Amar. Good enough, safe enough.
And bishop f4 was actually played, right?
Yes,
we
exactly
have this.
What you suggested. It's yeah, and now again.
It looks very logical.
I think we can predict this will be a dramatic game, and I love it.
Okay. Idea.
Okay.
What if we take on f4 and I guess knight f4? And then does this work?
Ooh.
It doesn't, no? Well, if we started to attack.
Whoa. Okay.
I don't think it does because takes and then the knight on f6 is hanging.
Yeah. I guess it's slightly, yeah, it's a bit too much. Either knight e6 or knight g6.
Yeah.
But I like the idea.
I
Okay, let's
have to do something to attack, but I don't know how. So maybe we don't take on f4. We don't have to take on f4. Oh, the other idea I remember, you mentioned something about these squares and knight h5. So I was wondering if knight h5 was maybe working anyway.
Okay, this is a very good suggestion. Yeah, let's think about it because after bishop d6, queen d6. I wonder how can you continue the attack. So I'm just gonna play something like, I don't know, queen d2, just to see what black can do here. I don't know if actually white has any threat. Let's say I want to play queen g5 just to see what happens.
Yeah, I see what you mean. There aren't enough pieces. Knight g3 is not gonna take me anywhere.
Yeah, somehow, yeah, knight g3, the more you exchange, I think the more I feel better with white. I don't like this king on c8, and somehow I don't see how you open up your king side.
No, I don't know if knight d4.
Yeah, knight d4 could work. Okay, so I cannot go queen g5 because also knight c2 can be very annoying. Can I go a5?
No, but you can. No?
Yeah, let's...
Because, okay.
Oh, you want me to go queen g5?
I'm thinking that maybe you can still take on h5 when knight c2.
Yeah, okay, that's correct, but let's say I go queen g5 and I play something, I don't know, g6.
Mm-hmm.
How am I defending c2 with white, you know? Also that's...
Right.
And now I also threaten something like f6, and then somehow something's taking off on the g file. G takes f5, you know?
I don't know if you should be scared already when I say I have an idea, but
f6, f6, yeah. F6 is something I should be afraid of course.
My ideas so far have been a little bit too much.
I love it. No, but... excellent. I love too much ideas. And
but g4 is not a threat, is it? Knight g3.
Exactly. Yeah, I think it's... I love it, but after knight c2, I'm sorry, I don't believe. I don't believe in it.
I see what you mean. Okay, so I was planning on going rook c1 first.
Okay.
I'm not gonna give up the rook as well.
Course.
It's not that
but
that brave.
Knight b4, for
knight
example.
Knight b4. B4. Yes.
Yeah, but sorry, b4. Yeah, I will attack and d3 and a2.
And if e5, you always go queen c6.
Yeah.
And that's too much.
I think if you open up my bishop, it's a bit scary.
No, that's even if I win the knight, I think that's running straight into checkmate. Even if I take here and open up the g file with the pawn on e5, it's just gonna be bad. Okay, this is...
It's very interesting, but yeah, it's a bit crazy.
Very.
But I wonder, like you said, I just want to open up the g file somehow. Sorry.
Did he play bishop e5 in the game?
I
think so.
I will just refresh, go back to the... Oops. Yeah, he went bishop e5. Oh.
Okay.
Okay.
d5?
He won d5. Okay. This is tough. This is actually, I think, very tough position for white and for black pieces. Because, yeah, d5 is coming. However, can I do something with my white pieces to oppose it? Oh, this is hard.
I don't think so.
This is very hard, actually. I am. Okay, so let's think. We have to turn on our brain. This is the kind of position where you'd spend a lot of time, and we can see from the time that they are spending some time here. They are
figuring things out
correctly, as they should, because this is very difficult. Black, let's say now wants to play d5. So as white, I want to have a response to that. I don't know exactly what I want. I just want to have a response for it. So for what if I go? I'm thinking about queen e1, queen g3, but again, doesn't threaten anything because this bishop is defended.
And queen g3, there's knight h5.
Exactly. Also, yeah, of course, this is a very good move, but I was trying to just attack this bishop, forcing it to move, but it's defended 2 times. So this is... Wow. Okay.
I don't think... I mean, I would like to play b4 somehow, but I don't see how I'm going to get that.
I agree. Or even a5, you know, give me something I can play, but I cannot move it at all. So what if the most direct move here is bishop takes e5? Now the question is, how is black going to respond?
Queen takes some.
Queen, okay.
Because if knight takes...
I could consider d4, a5.
That's what I thought.
Something like this. Again, we don't know if it works, but something... You do not want to open up with the center, with the black pieces, or allow to white open up the center. Of course, d5 is something you want to play.
But that's exactly what I'm thinking, that on d4, maybe after the trade, and d5. But that's not exactly pleasant.
Take with a queen, you play d5.
It doesn't work anymore? Does it work or not? Yeah, okay. I have enough defenders, no?
I think it should work. I think it should work, but it's very confusing. This is extremely confusing position. Wow. I could go a5. I could consider going a5, but even if you take on e4, exchanging the queens with black is something that I think could be something that is good.
And something like that, no?
Especially, yeah, this or, yeah. Yeah, okay, you have to be careful about your e6 pawn, but...
I do. You have a point.
But I don't think this is... Again, confusing. So confusing. Do you want to guess the evaluation of this position before I turn on the stockfish? I really want to know. I really want to know.
This exact position?
I think black should be better.
Black should be better, yeah.
Or maybe not. I don't know.
No, I think black will be better. Maybe.
Oh my god.
What should I give it? Maybe 50? Minus 0.5.
Okay, now let's turn it on. It's 0-0, of course, yeah.
It is 0-0?
Oh my god, it's 0-0. Oh my god. No, this is crazy. This is crazy, yeah. It's 0-0 and the best move is e takes e5. Oh.
E takes a 5, no?
Yes.
And then defend the knight.
My head already hurts, you know? Wow, okay. So... Yeah, so...
I was going to say that maybe in this position, when you asked me about the evaluation, I thought in this position it's probably 0-0.
Yeah, like, oh my god, this is crazy. No, but this was just a consideration after knight takes d5. Now we have to consider queen takes d5 as well. I am lacking moves for white pieces. I'm gonna be honest. Not sure what I'm doing here. So, oh my god, this is just so hard.
I see he did play queen d2, right? Or was that our move?
Yeah, I'm gonna update. He went queen d2. So he went queen d2. Okay, and after, what does he want to play on d5? Does he want to take? He takes d5?
It looks a bit forced because pawn takes e4 is a threat, or is it not?
Sorry? Is a threat of what?
Is it a threat to take on e4 for black?
Yeah, right?
And then I thought maybe it's not.
Why not?
I don't know, because e6 will be hanging.
Okay, counterplay, I get it, but somehow if I manage to open my d file, I think I would be jumping from happiness, you know? Like just around playing whole like la la la, you know, just like oh, I opened the d file.
Progress.
Okay, let's.
Do you know the players? We have a question here.
Yeah.
If we know their style.
I know Amar Ilham is aggressive player.
Yeah, that's. I was going to say the same.
Yeah, but for white, I really don't know if he is aggressive player or not. But yeah, I'm pretty sure that this is going to be a very dramatic game.
So what is he going to do here? Takes on d5.
Okay,
no? What do you think?
Let's just play king h1 and let's consider if this is a threat. So d takes e4, f takes e6. I play e takes d3.
Yeah. Which
do you want to take on f7?
Forces. Nah, I don't think.
Okay, that's too much. Okay.
I think I'm gonna take this one.
Yeah. Okay, take this one. I don't know, just asking, some questions. You never know with you, because you have very, very good ideas. Actually, I love them. They're very good. I want to play knight b4.
So Amar wouldn't be content with a 0-0 position when he calculates. The thing is that players don't know that this is a 0-0. Even for us, we were thinking, yeah, this is a complicated position, but you don't know it's equal. Only the computer knows, and it's not because it reached forcing draw. It's just equal, and a lot of things can happen. Many times you have these positions, and many times it's what people actually look for. It's 0-0 maybe in if you turn on the engine, but there's a lot of things happening, and you get a game basically. It could go either way.
Exactly, yeah. So it's very hard to evaluate some positions. I think this is what differentiates between top players and, I don't know, let's say IMs or maybe FMs. The evaluation is just more accurate on a GM level. So maybe Amar knows better than us. Maybe he will see the position and he'll be like, ah, that's equal, you know? I don't know. Maybe he has this talent, you know? You never know, but it's very hard to evaluate these positions for sure.
We still have all pieces on the board. Not us specifically, but the players still have all pieces on the board.
Thankfully not us. Imagine
We've
playing
already
this
started
position.
dropping pieces.
Yeah, no, dramatic.
So you play knight b4 and you want to take d3.
Yeah. Let's say that I want to do that. Oh, no, but again, you can still consider taking on f7 and just saying, who cares, you know?
I think white should care.
Yeah.
Like that, no?
Yeah.
Or knight takes is also a good threat.
Ooh, actually, correct.
Maybe a better threat?
Yeah, might be a better threat. Okay.
Because we got this.
Yeah.
And then we got this.
Very nice, very nice. And I think this is too tough to play with white pieces, yeah. To play with white pieces.
Yeah.
Just gonna check the variation.
This is gonna be black advantage.
No,
yes?
it's 0-0.
This one as well?
Yeah.
What's wrong with
What's wrong with chess? You know?
What's wrong with chess?
How is this 0-0? What?
I guess bishop takes e5?
No, it's really?
I don't know. I'm guessing a move here.
A queen
because
takes,
the queen...
let's say I go queen takes e5. No, I saw the move, so I know which one it was, but let's just consider this because it's logical.
Knight f2 is still a threat.
Exactly, taking the queen. How do you prevent it? It's, I think, extremely difficult.
Just here? I don't see any other moves.
Okay, you can go queen c2, of course, but then I would be extremely worried about this g2.
Yep, me too.
And h3 as well. I don't know exactly how. Maybe queen e3, attacking h3 or something like that.
Okay, so I probably... You see, this is
actually,
what 0-0 is. You make a move.
Wait.
No.
Yes, this is 0-0.
And knight f4 is the move.
Yeah. Oh my god, I'm sorry, I'm shocked. This is also 0-0, that's crazy. After bishop takes e5, yeah, you can also take knight e5 and it's also 0-0.
I thought queen takes was the move as well.
I
It
thought
makes
as
sense to
well.
bring the queen.
Oh my god. Yeah, so knight f4 is supposed to be the best move. No, this is insane. This is insane. But again, like, from a human perspective, I think it would be easier to play with black pieces. Of course, you have to calculate very deeply, but I just think with black it would be easier. But oh my god, wow. Okay, so this.
So even king, what you're saying is that even king h1 in this position is fine for white. Is this what you're saying, Laura?
I don't know if I would never play king h1, never in a million years. But I guess so. I don't know. Let me just check. So. Of course, king h1. Okay, it's bad because after d takes e4, f takes e6. F takes e6 is a much better move, and this is actually much better.
Really?
After bishop e6,
so
king b8. Engine is saying whatever you play, you have you're just struggling. It's -2. -2, yeah.
Am I down material? No.
No, but I guess
not yet.
just...
I will be,
yeah,
I guess.
I guess no attack and no play.
Okay, the pawn on d3 is going to be a problem. I guess the dark squares are going to be a problem. Maybe this is going to be a problem.
Yeah, this should be a problem eventually. No, crazy.
Okay.
So basically, in this position, queen d2, let's say black decides to go d5. Apparently f takes e6 is much better. And after f takes e6,
Takes on d5?
I guess we should take on d5. Yeah, this is... I'm not sure, I haven't checked the engine, but I guess so. Because now...
Pawn takes, also logical.
Pawn takes. And now I would consider d4 to be a threat with black pieces, actually.
And opening up the bishop.
Yeah, I just want it to be open. Even though this bishop on a2 is so out of the game, maybe I would even consider leaving the pawn on d5.
I guess you can play d4 at the right moment.
Yeah. But if I were white, I would want to play d4 myself.
Yeah, me too. But unfortunately, it doesn't work right now because, okay, this is pinned, but when black takes here, it's a check. So does it work? Let's see. If I take like this, I guess takes, no?
Yeah. I don't think this works, yeah.
It doesn't work because this is going to be a check. And that's a queen down.
Yeah.
Just like that.
Doesn't work, yeah. So d4, I think it's something that you would want to play if it works. But when you realize that it doesn't, then again, you're just like, oh, what do I do with my life? It's just a very good question. Maybe knight g3.
Maybe knight g3.
Yeah.
Are you going to f5?
I want to have space for my other knight. And I want to maybe go rook e1. Because I don't want to attack on the queen side. I want to, I don't know.
Bring your pieces.
Exchange the pieces.
Ah.
I just want to exchange, give me the exchanges. Yeah, and also of course knight f5 potentially is the idea. I just want to put my pieces
rook
on
e1.
active squares, you know, eventually. I don't know what's better.
You could play rook e1 directly if you want.
I could do it.
I guess.
The only struggle is what do I do after d4, because in the other line I had the option to go knight e4.
Okay.
But here I'm not sure if that's a good move, you know. That's the only struggle I have. I don't know. We could consider it, but I think knight b4 can be very annoying.
I don't like this very much for white. Maybe this is losing a pawn already.
You can have bishop e6.
Bishop e6.
Yeah, I'm not sure if this is something you want to play. Again, very, very dramatic, very difficult position, and I'm very curious. I'm just gonna see what's happened. Actually, d5 is on the board, yeah?
Yeah.
Okay.
And white is thinking.
White is thinking, yeah.
If he should play king h1 or not.
What? Yeah, do you think he would ever consider playing king h1?
No, I don't think so.
Like, imagine,
I don't think so, no.
Just me, you know? It's me, yeah? Like, oh, what if I play king h1?
We were just trying to figure out if takes on e4 was a threat, so we have a good excuse for it.
No, yeah, for sure. Just to show to public, of course. Would never think about that. Yeah. No, this is going to be such a good game. I'm very excited to see it. I just want to check board 10, maybe, to see what's happening.
I was going to ask if you wanted to check that, and maybe afterwards we take a short break, because I just saw like the small bar there that looks very much in white's favor.
Oh, you saw? Ah, I see a little bar.
A very small little bar next to the board number.
Even if we check the position, like, what is this pawn on
h6,
you know, and what are this is the bishop pair, you know, we were talking about the bishop pair before. This is the bishop pair I want to have, not the other one. This.
No.
This looks amazing. Let's check the opening. Oh, Grunfeld. Okay, I don't see this on a top level anymore. I think MVL is one of the rare players that actually plays this. Otherwise, it's very hard to notice it, so very excited to see that. This is I think this is the main line still. Yeah, bishop e3 and b6. I don't know if b6 is very common. Let me check. Yeah, I think, other moves are more common. Bishop g4, queen c7, b6 is a third common move, and h4. Wow, what a good prep from Yilmaz Mustafa. Bishop b7 and h5. Doesn't care, you know, just going for it. I think this is very typical idea in general. I love it. I love h4, h5 maneuvers. I think they're my favorite right now. So yeah, after takes, rook c8, black just playing very normal moves, and h6.
But they both played very fast, so did black also know this?
I guess black knew his prep, of course. Yeah, let me see. Okay, there are not a lot of games. There were not a lot of games played here, but some good players for sure. 24, 25 players. So I guess he knew around till rook c8, but here I think was where he started to think about h6. Yeah.
Yeah, and that looks like it drops a pawn. No, that's what he does. Bishop takes d4.
Yeah.
Because I'm guessing that the bishop here will be...
Yes, exactly. This is exactly
hanging.
what happened. Here white had the option, I think, to also sacrifice back. I'm just thinking out loud, but e4 pawn
Maybe
hangs
e4
at
is
the
also...
end.
Yeah.
So this is not good. So bishop d5 played by Yilmaz. I think he is still in his prep here.
They're still following one game.
Ah, yeah, we're still following it.
C6.
Ah, I see. Queen d2. Okay, I guess he was not afraid of e6, right? Why was he not afraid of e6? Because of queen b2, I guess, right? Okay, that's why king h8, that he prepares f6. And I think something like this happened in the game.
Right.
Bishop e6. And... okay, wait, so we have some sacrifice.
He gave up the exchange.
Did he have to do that? Wait a second.
So it was...
So here, when he went knight e5...
So what's the option? Move the queen, move the rook to c7 or a8, no?
Yeah, I just never want to move it to c7 because of bishop f4.
Yeah.
Let me just put the arrow, bishop f4, and you can not really play knight e5, I guess. Imagine I have to go rook e8. Oof.
But even here, this looks...
This looks deadly, yeah? This looks deadly enough. Okay, so he just decided to sacrifice the exchange.
He has a pawn for the exchange, and at least now the bishop pair is gone.
But if you...
Yeah.
I mean, with white pieces, can I still be extremely happy?
Yes, you should be. You're up on exchange.
I mean, I'm extremely happy. I just want to see with the engine where it went wrong. Just gonna see where did everything happen. So actually taking the pawn on d4 is already a bad idea with a pawn. So move at 12. C takes d4 is already a bad move, and taking the pawn on d4 is even worse. I mean,
it feels bad, no? Because you give up that bishop.
It feels bad. Whenever this h6 happens, you really do not want to lose this bishop on g7. It's just too ugly.
But I think bishop h8, which was the option, I guess, doesn't look really tempting either.
No, it doesn't. No, I agree. I absolutely agree. However, you know, I really, given the options, I really don't want to lose this bishop.
Yeah.
So, it's very
maybe it's
interesting.
just a normal play after rook c1.
And instead of c takes d4, let's see what black should have played. I'm gonna check some opening books. Opening books doesn't say e6 apparently. Okay.
This is something black does sometimes.
Yeah, and after
prevent d5.
Exactly, and after h6, bishop f6. Playable, I guess. Very
always complicated.
Very complicated. Very. But okay, this is what happened in the game, and I just wonder if black would have had any chances. Now that f6 was a weakness, oh my, the engine already says +2. And white is a pawn down.
So that's actually +3, no?
That's insane, yeah, that's insane. And rook a8 was the best move. Rook a8 was the best move, it's +2.5. After rook f d1.
And is rook d1? Okay, the other rook.
Yeah, and now just rook c1.
Right, you have to bring both into the game.
Bishop d7. And after rook d8, engine doesn't care, just rook d5. Honestly. And engine says it's
with
basically...
a lot of pressure.
Yeah. I don't know why it says it's so bad, but...
maybe there's your answer. Knight b8.
Yeah, e5 and apparently GG's very soon. That's insane. Wow. Wow, wow, wow. Okay, so exchange up for Yilmaz Mustafa and +3 by the engine.
No, it feels okay. You have a pawn for the exchange, but it's not really something that can give black compensation.
Yeah, no,
And
this,
I would say that the
yeah.
king is still very open. It's not solved yet.
Yeah.
So white can play
Absolutely.
rook c1 next. Sorry.
So simple. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Please. Oh my god. Yeah, so could we predict this would be the first game to finish today, given that there are no draw offers?
No, I think yeah, this will end very soon, and with a win. And it felt like a very easy win,
It does, yeah.
unexpectedly easy.
Uh, yeah, somehow white pieces were just flowing,
Mm.
and one bad move from black, and then it was just too hard. Apparently, c takes d4, which is extremely logical move for black pieces. It was just a bad move. So yeah, wow.
And
Okay, so simple. Chess is simple, yeah. It
yeah, yeah.
just
When you
proves
see
that
other
it's so
people
easy.
playing, it's very simple.
Yeah, and then when you're on the board, you're like, oh my god, this is so difficult. There's so many worries.
Yeah,
Wow.
ghosts.
Yeah, okay, so I think we deserve a break after checking first 10 boards. Very, very interesting games. I can't wait to go back to board 9. And then maybe we can also check some other boards if somebody has any
Definitely.
suggestions in the
Maybe
chat.
we can check board 18 because now I see Tudor Henry, the Romanian
Yeah,
player, is there, and he's very low on time. But
I
we'll see
see.
when we get back.
Exactly, yeah. So see you in a few minutes. welcome back, but
Where
without the cameras.
Where am I?
Oh, here you are. Okay. Welcome back to Aktobe Open with Raluca.
Sgîrcea.
Sgîrcea. Yeah. No, you know what?
I saw you had a break there, so I thought, oh, let me help.
No, thank you. I will again learn also your pronunciation till the end of the tournament.
It's okay.
But I think we're on the first name basis, so
Yeah.
hopefully. Yeah. Raluca Sgîrcea. Yeah. Almost
Very
correct.
nice.
Almost. Okay.
No, perfect.
Oh, thank you. I will improve, I swear. As well as Aktobe, apparently this is how it's pronounced.
Will be, yeah.
Tournament in Kazakhstan, being played right now. Masters, Challengers, and Open, extremely strong tournament. Wang Hao on the first board. In fact, let's go to the first board to see what happened here.
We left it where nothing was happening, no? And here, sure. There's a knight on e8.
Yeah, well, I think we left it around move 7, somewhere around f4 and queen f3.
Oh, queen f3, yes, I remember this, yeah.
In fact, after bishop e7, I think long castle and knight bd7, this is exactly where we left it off. G4 by Dimitri. Wow. Of course, this is a very typical idea. When you go long castle, right, Raluca? You expect to have an attack on the
I
king
expected
side.
G4 sooner rather than later.
Exactly. And like you were saying, black doesn't need to castle into this. In fact, just keep the king in the center, and this is exactly what Wang Hao did.
At least for now, no? Because
for sure.
I see he did castle, but
yeah.
First get.
Let's see if he was forced. Let's see if he was forced into it, because after bishop takes f6, knight f6, g5. Okay, knight d7 and f5. Okay. Wow.
Maybe you're right. Maybe he was
this
kind
was
of
totally forced. Duh.
Okay. No, but I'm thinking, how do you defend e6? And
I'm thinking, how do I defend d6? I don't know. I'm thinking how to take on g4, g5.
Yes, also.
This is something what first comes to mind. Just take the pawn with a check. But you're absolutely right. E6 is going to be hanging.
I think the idea is that if he takes on g5, then he's not going to castle, right?
Yes, exactly. So this is something like, okay, what if I take, go king d1, and can I go e5?
Knight e5? Oh, e5. I want knight e5.
Knight e5. Okay, good enough. You're attacking the queen. I like it.
And defending that on e6.
Yeah, exactly. Something maybe like queen g3 now. But bishop f6, I think we just solve all the problems, don't we?
Queen h5 is also nice.
Queen h5.
Because it pins f7.
Queen
h5?
Okay.
What?
This is actually tricky, yeah.
You get the pawn back, no? At least.
Yeah. Okay. And if I go bishop f6, you take f takes e6, and what if I castle now? You're saying that I opened my file, yeah? And
could have also taken with a knight.
You want to take?
I don't know if it helps. I don't know. Does it help?
I don't know. Bishop takes, pawn takes, and I castle.
Oh, and it's the same. Okay.
I don't think if this is better for you.
Knight d5?
Oh, okay. Maybe it is better for you. I didn't see knight d5. I didn't
no, okay,
see.
Queen d8.
Yeah,
right,
queen
but you
d8,
can take and take on d6.
Yeah. Okay, this can be tricky.
Takes
but
here.
I do have knight. No, I don't have knight c4 because the bishop takes c4. Yeah.
Could take on e6.
Yeah, this is what I should do. I still like black, except again if I'm blundering something, which is totally possible. Yeah. So
and here I guess. Oh, I do have bishop h3. I was going to say that here I guess I don't have bishop h3, but yeah, maybe it works. Because on knight c4 you can
take.
Oh no. King h8 and the bishop's pinned.
Then it's over. Yeah, the problem is we cannot take the knight because the rook is hanging. Yeah, okay. I don't know. I think we are getting a bit too ambitious. maybe like you said, bishop g5. This is something very typical. Even if the pawn is offered to you, you do not take it.
Yeah.
Just because you do not want to run into this open file. This is much easier to attack for white. Okay, but he castled. The idea is, of course, that if f takes e6, which was on the board, the queen is hanging on f3, but also the queen is hanging on c7. So,
Queen is hanging everywhere.
everything is hanging, hangado. So now, if we count the pawns, white's a pawn up, correct?
Yes.
So I'm very confused by this exchange because after knight, rook a7, knight e8. But
this is hanging.
Yeah, now this is also hanging with a check, which makes white's life a bit easier, I guess. Sorry, black's life a bit easier. So he's not a pawn down, but d6 will be hanging.
So he will be a pawn down.
Well, I don't know.
I'm very close future.
I'm just thinking, yeah, if he can maybe activate the bishop or to not let this pawn go immediately, but there's just no way, right?
No, I don't think so. He played knight e5,
so he must have something in mind. But okay, I mean, we have bishop pair with black pieces. I will admit this is what we have, but I don't think this is something you wanted to achieve with black pieces, right? Or is it typical to just sacrifice? Yeah.
Sacrifices, I guess, are happening a lot here in the knight of, but I don't know what's going on in this position.
Because there are no more queens on the board, so after knight d6...
We have a game, though, that was played here. Bishop e6. White won it.
Oh, okay. Bishop e6. Okay, so this was played before. Interesting. How did it continue?
a4.
It was actually between Selimova and Sahli. Okay. a4.
And then b4 and then knight d5.
Okay. Yeah, these two knights can be
This looks nice for white, no? I don't know.
I have absolutely no complaints with white pieces. But yes, I mean, in general, I'm a bit confused if this was not opening preparation, right? Because Van Gaal has been thinking. He's down to 38 minutes, so I believe
they just figured these things out here, no? All the way through here. Yeah.
Yeah,
we played 96. It wasn't played yet.
Yeah. What else can we do? I mean, I think we have to move this knight from e8, otherwise I would be scared for its life in the future. Like, I cannot take rook d6 because I think king f7 is even an extremely strong move, for example. So, what else can we do? I mean, do you want to go?
I would take on d6.
Yeah, you would. I mean, I would also take on d6. I'm thinking, should I start with a move like bishop e2 instead? Like, just to ask my opponent.
Kick the rook out.
Yeah, where is he going? Yeah.
You have a very good question in the chat. Didn't Wang Hao retire? He did, yeah. I was checking this out right before the tournament. I was curious if he did play any other games ever since he retired. He played a candidates tournament last, and then, well, he said that he had big health issues, and he didn't feel well throughout the tournament, and he would probably retire from competitive chess. And he didn't play a lot of tournaments, but he did play some games. I checked that. He played in the Chinese league, so he wasn't totally retired.
I think he retired from being tilted from chess, but then he realized that, the love he has for the game is too strong. I think we all realize that at some point, yeah? We all say, oh no, it's enough chess for now.
Yeah.
And we always come back, and I think Van Gaal did the same. And
he's trying to see if he can work with it. No, but I think what he means is he probably gets a lot of, I'm assuming, because it was some digestive issues that he said he had. So I'm guessing that it could be from stress of the games and tournaments.
Absolutely, stress can impact. I have the same problem when I'm too stressed. my stomach hurts like hell.
Oh,
Your body reacts to stress, and chess is a very stressful game, so we know how that works. So I just got used to not being as stressed when I lose anymore.
yeah.
It's something
Don't
that
take
you
it so
learn.
personal.
Exactly. It's something that you learn, and I think also Van
Yes.
Gaal, I guess, came back from it, or is learning to come back from it still. Just chess is such a beautiful game when you put all your life to it. It's very hard to live without, let's be honest. And it's also a fun game when you're not too competitive. Yes, of course. But with this position, I think he can be slightly stressed, right? With this
I
position on
think
the
so.
board,
I would be slightly stressed.
I really wonder. Do you want me to check the evaluation after 95? Because I'm
Oh,
really
sure. Yeah, that
curious.
would be nice to see.
I'm really curious. Of course, it's
If black
zero
has something,
zero.
right?
No, it's plus 0 1 in depth 30, which is, I think, very accurate. Um, and after knight d6, which is the best move, bishop e6. And h4
Oh.
then apparently being a very good move. So apparently the bishop pair, in this case, is enough for this pawn down.
Mm-hmm.
Interesting.
And maybe the knight on e5 can make up for it, because you cannot kick it out with white.
Yeah,
it will be there, blocking your extra pawn.
Exactly, like going bishop f6, for example, then you can move this knight. This pawn could also be hanging. You can win back the pawn. Just very interesting game in the future. Okay, I didn't expect it to be like 0-0. I thought that
No.
white had a bit more potential in this position, but I guess Van Gaal knows what he's doing, yeah, especially with his bishop there.
You have a cat?
Oh, can you hear it? Can you hear it? Yeah, she's coming.
Oh, look, I can also see her.
Yeah, come here. Come here, Smartak. Let's bring the third commentator. Yeah. She's a bit old, so she doesn't hear me well.
And she probably cannot jump.
Oh,
if
she
she's
can.
A bit old.
Oh,
she can? Okay.
She can jump. She can jump.
Hello.
Hello, this is Smak.
Hi. She's very cute.
Oh, thank you. I will tell her.
Louder, yeah?
Yeah.
So she can hear it.
You're cute, Smak. No, she can jump, and sometimes she just goes up here and just eats the blanket for some reason.
Oh.
So you can stay in the background. You're a very cute commentator. I don't know what she wants. Okay.
She wants some love, some attention.
Yeah, she does. Yo. Okay, so Smak, you want to say something about the game? Okay.
I love cats. They're very cute.
Yeah.
I can't have cats because my husband is allergic to cats.
No.
But I love them.
No, that's terrible. Yeah. I mean, there are some medicine for allergies, He could
Yeah, I don't want to put him through that.
I know, it's terrible. That's terrible. I agree. Okay. Well, what about dogs?
Yeah, dogs would be an option.
Allergic. Yeah, would be an option.
Yeah, dogs would be an option. But when you travel a lot, how do you deal with it?
No, it's
because you travel. So what do you do with
They're family dogs, so they stay with the family and the brother, and we all take care of them, so it's okay. Yeah. Otherwise, if I was alone or also with just my partner, like it's impossible to.
No. Yeah, that's why we don't have any pets. We don't have any pets because we go and
one day, yeah.
Poor guy.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, one day when you're gonna be in one place, I also plan to have a whole farm of dogs and cats. It's just so cute. It just make your heart warm.
Well, we have the neighborhood cats where we live, so that's fine.
Okay, yeah.
That makes up for it, I guess.
Yeah. Good enough. works for you. Okay, you wanted to check the Romanian youngster.
Board 18, yeah.
It's board 18. Let's go there. I just
found it.
Yeah. Do you wanna? Let's go through the opening, in fact, because we see a lot of Sicilians today, we will see them in general, especially at this level. And again, we have a Najdorf. Was it the classic one? Oh, it was the same
like
one.
no,
almost the same as we saw. Was
in
it
Wang
the
Hao?
Yeah.
Wang Hao, yeah.
Bishop c4,
but
queen
he did.
b6. Okay.
Yeah, not the same. Definitely not the same.
Yeah. Some nuances, but the ideas, let's see. So knight c5, f3, queen c7. So white is waiting whether he wants to castle yet. Basically, also black is waiting to castle or play b5. Finally played it, and yeah, again, some interesting position. Very classic, I think, for this opening.
Open up the queen side there quickly.
Oh, okay. So rook b4, long castle, queen b7, some threats, but g5. Oof. Knight f7, takes, knight b3. What is this? Yeah, so we have 28 minutes for Tudor. So he must have been out of prep for some time already.
For some time, yeah.
But somehow, how would we evaluate this? Wow, so king is on e8. I think we have to take bishop c5, right?
It looks like it, because otherwise what do you do with your bishop? You cannot go here, because here, no?
Yeah, I would not want to give my b2 pawn, except of course there are some tricks, but I really don't think I want to move the bishop.
No.
I don't have any tricks. Knight b3 is coming. I think I have to take.
Take, no?
And after,
then
yeah?
Pawn takes, yeah.
Exactly, and now we ask ourselves, what do we do? Yeah, c4 is a threat.
But maybe we have a check?
Yeah. Okay, king f8.
King f8. So
I would assume.
They did take on c5 and they take c5.
Okay. So yeah, king f8, and now how can I take advantage? Ooh, can I?
Maybe
I wanted
b3
to say.
is enough.
Sorry.
Maybe b3 is enough, I'm thinking.
Yeah, I was just trying to see if rook g1 works, you know, with the idea of queen d8.
Some ideas of checkmate, yeah.
But I think that's just out of the options, because there's no checkmate at all. But it's fun to think about.
No, there's something on d8 definitely, but how do we make it work?
You think?
Like something on g7, maybe?
Oh, g7, I like, yeah, okay, I like.
So maybe
g7.
you can play rook g1
Let's
with
go.
queen g2.
Let's go, yes. After rook b2, I'm gonna go queen g2, yeah.
Right, yeah. And
basically,
here.
Bishop f6, and I could go rook d8, but okay, I'm going rook d8. Yes, I'm going rook d8.
Okay.
You have to take queen g7, king e7, queen h8, and now I'm threatening queen e8. So you have to go bishop d7, I guess. Or
how am I doing? Is this equal? No.
Do you want me to check?
No, I'm counting the pieces. That's okay. So just down a pawn. White is down a pawn, no? Sorry.
Yeah, I think so, but the attack, I think, is.
I don't think bishop d7 works. That's all I'm thinking, because if bishop takes, king takes, there's rook d1. And if queen takes, the rook here is hanging.
Correct,
no?
correct. So it doesn't work, yeah. So I have to move my black bishop.
What about bishop a5?
Yeah, this works.
Oh, there's a check.
Ooh, cute. Okay, if nothing else, you know, I guess I will settle for this one. If nothing else works, yeah. I think rook b2 doesn't work, yeah. Oh, whoa.
Yeah, and knight b1.
Knight b1 on the board. What? Whoa, so something wasn't right with the other position. I think, can I just go? I think what went wrong was bishop f6 we played. Maybe instead of rook b2, bishop f6 immediately. It's the difference is I could take on c3 and then attack through b1 maybe. I don't know. Just thinking, I'm not sure, but knight b1 is on the board, so.
I see there's also a debate about our titles, so let's clear that up. They are different titles. So Laura is an IM, which has
Okay.
different requires, and I am a Women IM, Women International Master, which does have different requirements. So for her to get the IM title, she needs to get to 2400 rating live, and to actually get the norms, she needs to get, what was it, 2451?
Yeah,
Is it
2450, yeah.
50? Yeah, you have to get 2451 a performance in a tournament, and you have to play a number of rated players. So she got 3 of these norms, so she got the IM title. And for Women International Master, it's 2301 maybe. The performance.
Yeah,
I forgot.
2301, yeah, I think so.
No, maybe that's the Woman
It's
Grandmaster.
24 for Woman Grandmaster, actually.
24 for Woman
Yeah.
Grand. Okay, so it's 2301 for Women International Master, and you have to play less titled players than you would in order to get the IM title. So that's it.
Correct. Yeah, this is a very confusing thematic to explain. In general, I feel like also in interviews sometimes when you explain to a non-chess player, but yeah, between us chess players, yeah, I'm glad we are all learning about that. So it's very nice
and to get
explain.
the Women International title, it's 2200 that you have to get live. Yeah,
I think so. Yeah, 22, not 22. Yeah, 22.
22 and 21 is for Women FIDE Master.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, so I think there's this drama. What should there be women titles? Should there be women tournaments and so on? But this is completely different thematic. I think it's correct for motivation, but of course everyone should know that they can reach higher if they want to. So that's why there are open titles and then women titles. For sure, we need more women in chess. Raluca,
yes,
definitely.
We do.
I think there's just 10% or 12% women in chess in general. On top level, it's even lower percent than that. So please join
but
us.
Actually, yeah, the women's titles are a good way to I would say promote
to motivate even
to motivate women players, because you get to one grandmaster, which okay, it's not a grandmaster. I agree with that, and I will never say that women grandmaster is the same as a grandmaster. I know it's much lower than that, but it is a very good motivation, and it does give you something to work with. Yeah.
Yes, absolutely. I absolutely agree. I think it's a very high motivation, and then when we have enough women in chess that enough are motivated to stay in the game, then we can discuss removing the titles for sure.
Yeah.
But we're not even close to that, so I absolutely agree that there should be enough more motivation for us.
Tudor has FIDE Master. Yeah, he's a FIDE Master because he made it to 2300. But we were talking about this when we started the stream, that he got all his norms, his international norm, master norms in Dubai. He completed his last one, and he should get his title approved probably in the next Congress.
Yes, absolutely. So he basically already is an international master, just not yet on the paper. But we treat him as such. We treat him as such.
He's a very strong player.
Yeah, like it's amazing how many strong players are competing in this tournament. If you will see the games, you will see that only one person doesn't have a title. All other players are titled, either FM, WIM, or higher. So.
And I'm guessing it's because this player didn't want the title, because there's nobody under 2300 here.
You think
right?
so?
They just didn't pay for the title.
Maybe.
It's 24. Okay, I see 2400 player with no title. 2 players, 2400, no title.
Okay, wow. Yeah, very, very interesting games. By the way, so after knight b1, did we reach some conclusion or not yet?
I thought that c4 looks good for No, we didn't reach any conclusions because we... but look, I think I get it. Is it that there's some queen c3 or queen d4? Where do we put it?
Aha. Okay. is
So here and here, no?
yeah. Where the rook is hanging, let's say that we have to move it, for example, g8, and then you just say, okay, I'm taking on c4. You're just playing logical chess. And yeah, I guess there's no threats for black pieces.
White is up a pawn?
And this is a very healthy pawn as well. Not very dramatic. But so c4, maybe it's too direct. What if I go bishop f6 and threaten c4?
Maybe I'm thinking that the plan could be knight a3. And oh, I like that. I like knight a3 and then here and then look.
Wow, that's such an ugly square. Yeah. Oh my. You're right. Oh, this is a very good idea.
It has to be knight a3, no?
This is a very good idea. Correct.
Unless, okay, I think I have a very nice plan, but knight c4 might just fail tactically.
Yeah, okay, yes, right now, but...
But we can make it work somehow.
Maybe we can prepare it. The thing is, this king on e8 is a bit annoying to me, and rook on h8 also, because I cannot really move them on a nice square. And my bishop on c8 cannot attack, so I have 3 pieces to attack maximum.
And you're saying that white has a lot, no? But listen, if we go knight a3, is c4 a move already?
Oh, yeah, so after knight c4 you're taking rook c4?
Yeah, since we just spotted that.
Okay. You know, I just realized something, that I don't even have to start with knight a3, but I can go
no,
e5.
if it doesn't. Right, yeah.
I can go
if
e5.
It doesn't even. Okay, queen d8. Yeah.
And you have to go back, and then
there's
basically you did nothing, and now again you start with something like this. So
wait, but c4 now because the diagonal's blocked.
Which one
I don't have time to actually play c4, no? Yeah.
Here? No, I don't think so. No. I think it's a bit
and not here either, because when you take, I mean here, when you take, there's queen d8 mate again.
Yeah, exactly. So you're not winning any material because you get to checkmate. No, it's okay. Not like this, but this, just to show.
Messed it up a little bit.
No, that's why I just completely forgot that after bishop f6, e5 is extremely strong. However, rook d4, again completely missed black's idea that rook d4 is actually something that maybe black wants to, I don't know again if it's good or not, but something that could be considered. Is it enough? I think white is still better, but
we can take on c5.
We could, or again we could go with your plan. Yeah, we could give a
check. There's also a check on a4.
We could give a check. Ugly, I think.
And then take on c5 check.
Yeah. I mean, this looks ugly. No, this looks terrible. We have to go bishop e7. But then rook d8 also.
Rook d8.
Okay, so no, some drama.
Oh, but king g7.
Yeah. So
okay, it's not.
This is some drama. Well, yeah, this is. There's no. Okay, queen g1, king h7, but so many calculations. But however, I think white is the one that is much better here in general.
Yeah.
I think this is very tough. I don't know exactly what is the live position. Let me update the board. Yeah, okay, still after knight b1. I think this is very hard to play for your Romanian guy, and also he only has 12 minutes. It's move 23.
It's very difficult to play just from time's point of view.
Yeah, especially because there's no added time after 40 moves, and this is this plus 30 seconds every move. Yeah, this is very hard. But he's playing a very strong grandmaster, so you know, he will learn from. I want to check the evaluation actually, if you don't mind.
Yes,
if it's
please.
Even that bad. Actually, it's 0-0.
Really?
Yeah.
I thought that maybe white already has some sort of advantage here.
I was pretty sure that white was very comfortable. I wonder if there are many moves that hold. Okay, I think there's one move and the others are not great. So queen
Which one
c7.
is the best move? Queen c7, okay.
What's the idea? What is the idea?
To defend the 8? But
okay, and then go bishop c3, okay. Or then go c4, but after knight a3? What are you going to do?
c4 maybe anyway?
c4 anyway. Okay.
If it works.
Okay.
But you still have queen c3, no?
Don't I? Yeah. And then I take on c4 when this one
right.
moves. Very confusing. I think objectively, okay, by engine it's 0-0, but to play this with black pieces, I would not want that.
Perhaps the idea is that if he keeps the bishop on e7, in this position that you were looking at with queen c7 and maybe knight a3, maybe if with the bishop here, the point is that nothing is wrong with black's position.
That's
maybe
funny.
you don't make it to d6.
Damn.
Maybe.
Yeah, so basically you're saying I can even play a5, a4, don't even go to c4.
I was thinking about that move.
Wow, okay, interesting. Okay, this can develop in a very, very interesting way.
I was actually thinking about a5 with the idea of bishop a6 on knight c4, but a4 is also nice.
Both of these moves are for sure logical. Okay, so this is not over, but he needs to play something like queen c7 or even queen b8 apparently, so you want to cover...
Queen b8 also?
I think also queen b8 was the second move, if I'm correct. Yes, queen b8 was the second move, yeah.
Oh, so the idea is not to cover d8, the idea is to cover d6 and e5?
Yeah. I don't know. Maybe.
If queen b8 also works?
Like, for example, if I decide to go knight a3, bishop f6 is still good enough. So I guess, yeah, after e5, the idea is to have queen e5 or something like that. So then this is good enough. Wow. Okay. Wow, okay.
Equal but harder for black to calculate, yeah. I think that's the right way to put it.
Absolutely. And by the way, bishop f6 is on the board, which I don't think it's a good move.
Well, I liked your e5 against this very much, to be honest.
What? So, I play e5, you're forced to go bishop e7. No,
bishop h4 wouldn't work, no? Because you just take the bishop on bishop h4.
Exactly, bishop h4 followed by checkmate on d8. There are two moves here. It's rook d4 or bishop
and
e7.
Bishop
yeah. I wonder. Okay.
Maybe rook d4 is what he wants to play.
Yeah, maybe rook d4 is the idea. Poof. Okay, so what are we doing? I guess we have to defend the e5 now. Or... okay, doesn't matter. I can go queen a5, but let's say I stick with queen e3. You're forced to take on d1. I think so. Rook d1 and bishop h4.
Bishop.
And now, yeah, but again, like we said, this check, king f8, take on c5 with check, bishop e7. Even if rook d8 doesn't work,
maybe if rook d8 doesn't work, it's okay.
That what has... yeah, wow. I don't know. Maybe. Because, yeah, rook d8 doesn't work. I just realized in my previous calculation, I missed bishop g5 with the check here.
Counter check.
Counter check, indeed, yeah. And after f4, you just take the rook. So rook d8 doesn't work, which means we have to move the queen. And yeah, this could be okay for black. Wow.
Does black have to do 16 moves in 10 minutes? Not even. No, because that's all he has left for the rest of the game.
For the rest of the game, yeah.
There's no added time on move 40.
Exactly. So bishop f6, logical move, but let's see if e5 is the best move. In fact, e5 is almost +1, and after rook d4, let's say queen e2 or queen e3, doesn't matter. Rook d1, rook d1, bishop h4, and you don't even
You
give a
don't take on c5?
check, you don't take a c5, you go knight c3, you go on d6 with a
What?
knight.
Okay. So it was knight b1 just to go back to c3.
Yes, and even after bishop e7, just knight e4. And after king b8, you know what's the best move?
I'm guessing it's not 96, no?
No, it's not that. Okay, so the engine changed his mind, but first the best move was king b1.
Oh.
But knight f6 is good, rook g1 is good, king b1 is good. Crazy. Crazy.
So king b1 to get out of the diagonal.
Yeah, just to not blunder bishop g5, I guess, at some point. As well.
And I'm guessing that if king b1 is possible and keeps the whole thing, the whole advantage, it's because black doesn't really have anything. No?
Absolutely anything. So after actually e5, the best move is bishop e7.
But here we thought knight a3.
Yeah, exactly.
And what now? Maybe rook d4.
Maybe we were thinking about knight a3, but again, we can consider knight c3, knight e4 now
with
that the
e4.
pawn has moved as well. But
question: can I be greedy if you go knight c3?
Okay. How do you want to do it?
Take on f3. I guess the answer to that is no. But just for fun, I guess rook f1 and the f7 is going to be very tough to defend.
Wow, okay. I'm thinking to start with bishop a4, but maybe I don't need to. Or do I?
I see an interesting idea if it works.
Yeah.
Okay, just work with me here. Go to b7, please.
Okay. Sure.
And then what about
queen f2 or something?
No. It's never gonna work. Something like this.
Oof. Wow.
But rook d4, no?
I guess rook d4, yeah, and there's no checkmates anywhere. I was hoping rook d4, queen f2 still works. But I don't know.
It doesn't look like it.
I don't know. It looks like something's missing in this attack. I don't know what's happening, but I'm here for it, you know. Queen d7. I think you're missing a piece.
Probably.
You're missing a piece. No, but very
probably.
Good idea.
The one that's actually missing, no?
Yeah. If there was a knight somewhere here, we could be talking about. No, this is definitely an interesting idea.
Maybe there's still something to hope for.
Okay, so I have to take. You're taking with the rook.
Yeah.
And I go king c7.
And that's how far I get, no?
Again,
that's as far as I get.
Maybe it's not so clear, but I think that objectively should be okay for black.
So I'm still missing a piece, yeah?
Yeah, I think so. Imagine if there was a knight going to e6 right now.
Okay. No, it was just something nice.
No, it's a very nice idea. I love
guess it doesn't work.
Maybe
can we make it work?
Yeah, let's try to prepare it. Maybe start with queen f2 or something. That's what I was thinking.
Just simple.
Yeah, simple chess, you know? Sometimes you just have to be simple.
Yeah.
Because now if you go, for example, bishop f8, you want to defend f7. Now I want to consider knight d5.
Yeah, now it works much better, I guess.
I don't know how. I think so. I think this should.
No, it works much better.
Yeah.
And queen f6, knight.
Okay, so we almost made it work.
Thank you.
That's actually no. This is a beautiful idea. I didn't even consider it. I love it.
There's a tough question for you in the chat. When will you get your GM title? Do you have any norms? By the way?
No. Getting a GM norm is extremely hard. Like you really have to have a perfect tournament. No hiccups, no mishaps. whenever you make a mistake, and let's say that you do lose, you go back on lower rated players. And your average cannot afford that, rating average. So you really have to have a perfect tournament. Oh, how long have I not had a perfect tournament? It's been years. So hopefully sometime in the future I would love to try out, but so far it's not been working out yet. But with Dava, with your support, maybe, you know, who knows? we can make some lessons, yeah, and we can train. No, but absolutely, to be a grandmaster, it's such a hard work. I think, Raluca, your husband became a grandmaster last year, if I'm correct.
Yeah. You were playing in Menorca, no?
Yeah. Oh, yeah, that's where he got his norm.
He got the norm in Menorca, yeah.
Exactly, and I remember like the post, like you guys were so happy. I was like, oh my god, yes, you know.
Yes, and it was very funny because his story is very curious. He thought he had all norms. And he applied for the GM title a long time ago, very long time ago, more than 10 years ago.
Oh my god.
And when the titles got to FIDE, they canceled 2 of them. So not just 1. They said 2 titles, they are not valid. It was very stupid also because for one norm, one of the players had gotten the title, but it was not published yet. So it was approved, but not published, something like that. Maybe it didn't come out in the rating list.
Okay.
And they considered him as a GM for that tournament, but he was not yet published as a GM.
Wow.
And for the other tournament, it was something about they made some mistakes. The arbiter made some mistakes with the calculations, and instead of having the right performance, he was on 25.98 or something like that instead of 26. I don't know what happened there.
What?
So 2 of them got cancelled, and he had to get another one. And he kind of gave up on it because it's okay.
Yes.
You know, I got them, and now they're not valid.
Yeah. Like, you're not motivated. Like, oh my god, like, what?
Yeah.
Not luck. No luck. No luck. Yeah.
I play a lot, and then I get the titles. But then, you know, life happens, and you get a lot of other things going on.
Absolutely.
And in Menorca, you know, when as an arbiter, you have to tell a player before the last round that you get a title, a norm, sorry, if you get the result. So he should have known before the round that with a win he would get the title, but nobody told him. And I told him, I think you will get the title with a win.
Okay.
So I checked with other friends, and everyone said that it will be it will be a norm with a win.
Yeah.
And he went and asked the arbiter before the round, do you know if I get a norm with a win today? And the arbiter said, I will check because the program that we are using did not tell me that you would. It's something automatic. So he had to wait.
Yeah.
Nobody told him. He actually won that game. He was a bit lucky, but he won the game.
Okay.
And we went to the arbiter and, hey, did you make the calculations? No, not yet. I'm very busy.
Oh my god.
So it was a lot of stress because we found out right before the prize giving ceremony.
Oh my. So it was a surprise.
It was a surprise, and we were all very relieved after all that had happened with his norms. We were like, we're not going to get happy because look what happened with your other norms.
Oh. That's terrible, yeah. He doesn't have luck with norms, so you would expect like, oh no, another mishap, yeah?
Yeah, you don't want to get too excited.
When the program didn't say anything, oh my, that's terrible. But, yeah, it's tough, yes. And you told him that if he won, that he would get a norm, but did he get nervous because of that, or was he more motivated?
He said, I assumed that I would have to win. And then he went to the game. And I think he was a bit nervous, at least in the beginning, looking at the game. And then he kind of calmed down and he started focusing on the game. Because I feel that's the most difficult part in a game. When you know that you're playing for something, not thinking about it, no?
Exactly, and this is exactly why I asked you, because if this happened to me and if somebody told me before the round, hey, if you win, you have a norm, haha, and then I would be like, I would be so much more stressed. I would be playing more carelessly because I knew that, for example, drawing would not be enough. But if you just come to the game not knowing what's going to happen, you just play objectively, yeah? You play your best, and if you are in good shape, you will eventually have a result. If you don't, you gave it your best, yeah? So with all this stress,
I guess it's like that, but also it's good to know so you know what kind of approach, what kind of mindset to go to.
Yeah, that's true. You also know that you have to win, so you maybe pick a different opening.
Maybe you pick something,
yeah. So it's both pluses and minuses. Yeah. I don't know what I would prefer, but I know that I would be extremely stressed. Like, oh.
Me too.
Oof. Yeah, but good job that he managed to go through all this stress and got the norm. And
it was very good timing as well.
Yeah?
Yeah, because he was finishing one of the books, and it would get published in November, so it got published with Grandmaster Daniel Castellanos instead of International Master.
Okay. That's amazing.
Great.
So it's even better. It's
great so many timing. Pluses.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, amazing. By the way, great books as well. So
I will tell him. He'll be very happy to know.
Okay. We can mention, of course, his books on stream for everybody that wants to learn. I think he has a lot of opening ideas in general. Did he also have any strategic books? I think mostly it's openings, correct?
Books, yes. He published 2 books on the Nimzo. Yeah. And the other one is on exchanges with Jakob Agard.
Yeah.
That just came out this year.
Okay. Oh, yeah. So absolutely, we will give you some book suggestion. Everybody in the chat that wants to learn about the openings and everything.
I think the question is, when is your book? Then it's not about the book suggestion.
I see. And what am I supposed to write? How to play the Bon Cloud or how to play the Jobava London? This is anything, that's all that I can write. I am not extremely good in openings, as you can see. My goal is, once I learn the Sicilian more through, more carefully, more into details, I think I can improve as a chess player more easily, because it's specific structures I have to look out for. But before that, I'm a bit negative in my mindset that that I can improve a lot. So I guess openings, sadly these days, openings are very important.
No, they are.
What to do?
That's...
You'd read both. Perfect. Okay, we can arrange something. But by the way, e5 was not played after bishop f6, which is a bit surprising, but okay, knight a3, we suggested this. It's a very logical move. Why didn't we like this move? Was it because of c4?
It was because of c4.
Exactly, but maybe the trick is that now e5 still works. Could this be possible?
Oh.
Maybe this is why he didn't do it, because now if I take on b3, again we take on f6, threatening checkmate, but I cannot even go queen c7 because the rook is hanging and everything is protected on c2.
You could go bishop d7.
When? In which?
Now.
Here? Yeah. I could play bishop d7 here, correct? Okay. And now you're forcing me to play a c3.
Queen d6?
Oh, queen d6. Okay. Even better.
But is it... yeah, it works. It's over.
I think so. Should be enough to win. But yes, knight a3 and now bishop d7 immediately. So
maybe it was a trap? Maybe he was setting up this c4 idea.
Yeah, I would guess so. So bishop d7, very logical. Now you want to go c4.
Now you want to go c4,
So you're prepared to take on e5 when this happens. Okay. And again, we cannot go knight c4 because rook c4 just wins the game. I think it can be very tricky now for white. I think that...
I think so.
8 minutes though for Tudor, but I think now as white I would be questioning my existence a bit.
Questioning your life choices at this point.
Just slightly. Okay, maybe I can go queen f4, but I don't think that does much, right?
You mean maybe king e7 would be... No, because e5. No, e5, you don't have it. Okay.
I could consider bishop d4, for example. Just out of curiosity.
Right. Yeah.
And then, okay, I don't know what I'm doing then, but I want to maybe play rook b3, I want to play c4, you know, just want to sacrifice.
But okay, with a bishop, maybe with a bishop on d4, c4 idea is a bit
yeah, it's a bit off. It's a bit off, correct. That's true, but, you know, I still want to do something with my life. I think black has some options. I'm trying to see if there are any tricks like I should look out for. Maybe I also could go bishop a4 then, with the idea of e5 as well, consolidate. I don't know. I think I would not complain.
I would really like to get the rook out of h8. That's why I wanted king e7, but it didn't work, no? There was queen d6.
With king e7, there's always this queen d6 that can be a bit annoying. Okay, c4, c5 is hanging, but...
and even e5.
Oh, even
is
e5,
there.
yeah. I mean...
Okay, bishop e7, but...
Yeah, still, I think that white is very comfortable here. Of course, the game is still on, but... I don't know, but now with this bishop d7, I'm not sure if white is still comfortable here.
Is this still so much better for white?
Yeah, I will check the evaluation. Actually, it's 0-0.
Ah.
After queen
our
f4,
friend.
Yeah, every time I check the evaluation is 0-0. That's crazy. With many moves, rook e1, rook hg1, rook he1, queen f4, everything's 0-0.
So queen f4 even.
Yeah. Even after queen f4, bishop d4, now white almost has to go rook takes d4. And after rook d4, knight c4, yeah. Almost. I mean, there's some other variations, but this one is suggested as number 1 by the engine. Oof.
And what happens on king e7?
King e7 now, I think, is lost.
c3?
No, knight e5. f7
and knight g6 if I move the pawn.
Yeah, and if you go bishop e8, now apparently queen g3 and queen g4 is extremely strong for going queen g7 or queen g8 if you move the rook.
That's a nice way to trap the rook, eh?
This is, yeah, like you said.
Because if rook f8, there's knight g6.
Exactly. You wanted to get it out before, this is exactly why. This is exactly why. Even with an exchange down, this is crazy tricky to play with black pieces. Especially with no time.
But also to find this.
Yeah.
It's not going to be so easy.
Yeah, absolutely. I want to maybe move to one of the top boards. Let me just see the overview.
How is board 9 doing? We had an interesting position there, and we were eager to see how it evolves.
Exactly, so we left
d5?
It at d5. Let me just close the evaluation. We don't need it. We're strong.
No. Yes.
F takes e6, I remember.
Or at least we are trying to get very strong.
We are doing our best. The cat is back. She's...
Welcome. We need some help here, I think, for this game.
I don't know. Doesn't want to join me yet. Okay, maybe later. F takes e6 was played, and of course now bishop e5, knight e5. We just exchanged everything.
At this, no?
I think we had almost the same position, except we left the bishops on the board before.
Yeah.
So knight f4 now. So this was the difference. Before the knight could only go to g3, now it is going to f4.
So knight e6 a threat, rook e8.
Queen f2, king b8, okay, putting it on a safe square. And d4, oh, we were talking about if we have an option to play d4, let's do it. Okay, now we have it. Finally, and after takes, knight c6. Still some drama could be potentially, but maybe white is not doing so bad. How would you evaluate this? Like, don't say 0-0.
I thought this would be good for white if we play d4.
Yeah.
But now looking at this, I'm not so sure that we can do much. So rook d1.
If I could, with white pieces, I would love to have my knight on d4 and then I would be happy. Of course, bishop on a2 would be hanging, but if I could, I'm saying if you gave me one magical move, I would play knight d4 and then bishop b3, you know, 2 moves in a row. Yes, but
basically,
now...
knight on d4 and pawn on c3 is a dream, no?
Yeah, oh, that would be amazing. Ugh. And then even bishop on b1, don't even need the other diagonal, you know, perfect. But the problem is also that it was black to move. So
I was actually checking knight a2.
Yeah, me too. This is of course first move to check, because after knight a2 you have to move back, and now knight d4, right? Or something else, or maybe even d4 would be something to consider.
Rook e4 maybe.
Ooh, rook e4. Okay, attacking this one.
Yeah, but you play knight c3.
I think so. I mean, I could go rook b4, but then is something hanging on d5? No, right? Not yet.
No, all defended for now, apparently.
Looking for my cat. I don't know if she's hungry, but I guess she will.
She will have to wait.
She will have to wait. She will have to wait. I gave her food in the morning, you know.
I'm joking.
No, it's
I also
okay.
fed. Well, I have. I was telling you that we are in Spain right now, and my mother-in-law has 3 birds, 3
oh my God.
Yeah, 3 parrots. She's away, so now I'm taking care of the birds. I fed them in the morning like you did with the cat, but in our break, I also fed the birds.
Okay, you have to. Yeah?
Again.
They're just hungry. Yeah? They have to eat.
They do.
Yeah. No, okay. So my cat is fine now. She found a good spot. Yeah, she went to sleep. We will see how long that will last. But yes, absolutely. Like if we go back to the chess, yeah, this is. I guess 94 was something.
This was played, yeah.
Yeah, also not a bad move. Slightly different idea. Again.
And now the bishop's hanging and c2 is hanging.
The rook is on e4 and now the bishop is hanging. So basically, white has to go bishop b3, correct?
I think so.
Now what's the plan? Now what's the plan? Do I want to go g5?
Do you want to go rook f8? If it works.
Oof. I
pinning some stuff there.
I don't. Maybe it works. Oh, okay. Maybe it's not so simple.
I don't know if it works. Can the knight move?
Knight.
No, it can't. No. Knight d5, rook f2, knight c7, rook f1.
Yeah, and I'm just a piece down at the end with the check.
Looks like, yeah.
Or however, okay. So rook f8 actually might work. I want to see if there's something I can do. I don't know. I didn't believe it was so bad, but maybe it's just lost because after g3 you go g5.
G5, yeah. I'm definitely gonna go for it.
As you should, yeah. Wow. Oh my. Wait. So you think this is just completely lost?
Maybe there's something else? Could it be that...
I don't...
Maybe not bishop b3?
Yeah, let's not check bishop b3, but... So, takes...
There's bishop b1 as an option, yes?
Might be better one because c3, yes, is with the tempo. However, after rook f8, honestly, it doesn't matter. Because this rook attacks.
But let's try g3 here. Okay. And on g5, let's try c3.
Okay. Yeah, this is better for sure. Much better than before. But after g3, I cannot go g5, I think. Okay, then you don't lose a piece, so of course this is already a much better situation, but I want to play something like d4, you know? I just want to sacrifice, probably doesn't work though. After c3 going for something like queen c6, but...
You want to checkmate on h1?
I really want to checkmate on h1, but I think you can just play something like queen g2.
It looks like it works, no?
How?
It doesn't?
After
Yeah, queen G2, I
queen
thought.
E3, queen F2.
Yeah. Uh-huh.
I think I'm...
And, oh, I got it. On queen G2. Hold on
Yeah,
a second.
yeah.
Let's take on F4. Does it work?
And after...
No, it doesn't work.
Yeah.
It's too many pieces, no?
Yeah, I think it's too many. The queen
Too
E4,
many pieces
yeah.
hanging. Ah.
I think it's too many. But we tried. We just have to make it work somehow. Yeah, bishop b1 I think will be played. I think you're absolutely correct. I think this is much stronger because c3 is a big threat. Do we have something else? Okay, rook f8, g3. I think I want to provoke that, but now...
So d4 didn't really work because of c3, we said, no? Okay, but you could do things perhaps differently. How did you do this? You played d4, and then on c3 you played queen c6. What if you take here?
Oh.
And play queen c6.
Oh, because you're forcing me to take with a pawn.
Yeah, and now queen c6.
Oh.
King h2, and I don't have rook f4.
No, because with the check. But yeah, okay.
So disappointing.
No, this is actually disappointing. So close yet so far. Yeah, I think okay, it can be tricky, but I don't think this is it.
Okay. So back here?
Yeah. You know, this is the type of position where I just want to check the engine and not calculate because this is a struggle. But let's try.
Let's not be lazy, no?
Yeah, exactly. This is how you be lazy.
Let's make it work.
Exactly. I'm gonna have more coffee and then hopefully some superpower to think, yeah?
So on g3, obviously, g5 was an option, and we thought that c3.
Yeah. I could still take with a pawn on f4, but then you take bishop e4 probably, and it's just your rook is pinned on f8, so this is something I don't want. I don't want. Well, actually, wait. g5, c3, bishop take on f4. If you decide to take this one, you should also consider taking on b4, but let's start with this one. I take back with a pawn. Yeah. You have to take on b4 and I go e3.
It's only an exchange.
Yeah, but if I manage to play f3, I'm happy. And if you play queen e2 to stop me, I go queen c6.
I thought you went f3 anyway.
Oh, does this work?
Also, maybe, no?
Yeah, maybe because queen g3. Yeah, queen g3. Yeah, correct. So you have to go, I don't know, queen e1 or queen h2, let's say, to stop the checkmate of this, and I go f3. And I think this is winning.
It looks winning.
Yeah.
If this is not winning and it's 0-0, we have to...
Wait.
We have to ask someone to check if Stockfish has a problem.
Imagine. Oh, no, okay. Okay, so now that we established that, I think now that means that white has to take c takes b4.
All right. And this is equal, yeah? There's nothing missing on my board. So why don't I take on b4?
Yeah, you take on b4, maybe rook g8. You want to take on b4. Okay. Wait, let me just check the engine.
Rook g8 also nice.
Also, this is winning. Rook e3, rook e8, rook b4, all is winning. Okay.
Rook e3 is nice, yeah. Rook e3
is even nicer. Oh, very nice. Okay, so so this is winning. G5. Okay. Okay, wait. I want to know what is the live position right now because I got slightly lost.
There was a move. Yeah, there was a rook e1. Yeah, this is the live position, and I'm gonna make it.
Promote it. Yeah,
got it.
Okay, perfect. So this is the live position, which means, does that mean that white is losing a piece? Wait, I don't get it.
What?
Huh? I'm confused.
Okay, so I have to ask, what if knight a2, right? This is what everyone is thinking here.
Obviously. No, but seriously, like, what is happening?
Knight a2?
Oh, knight e6 is the plan.
Yes, but don't you take on e6?
Well, I can start with rook e4 as well. You know, knight
Yeah, but it's still gonna be 2 pieces.
Let's see. Okay.
Maybe it's not gonna be.
I don't know if it's enough. We're here to play it out, so it's okay. Let's say rook e4, d4, knight e6, queen, don't know, e7, knight d8, queen d8, and what if I go c3? How do you get the knight out?
That has to be the idea, yeah.
Oof, this is tough. If you cannot
maybe you
get
just
the knight
defend
out,
it.
I can, but if it's not, if this knight is not in the game, like imagine you defended the whole game, I think this is pretty doom.
No, the thing is that I'm hoping something like queen d2.
Okay.
Maybe trade queens if you would be so kind.
Okay.
Then defend the knight and try to get it out somehow on c1.
Wait, so you're trying to? Okay.
It's not gonna happen, no? So, sorry.
No, it's okay. It's okay. No, I know what you mean.
D2.
No, I know what you mean. Let's try to.
But not with queen d2.
not with queen d2. Let's try to exchange the
I
queens.
didn't understand why you were so confused.
Yeah, I was like.
Let's play it on d3. I'm sorry.
Yeah, let's
and try e3.
Yeah.
Now I understand why you are confused.
Exactly.
Yes.
Okay.
Okay. All makes sense. But now queen b6 might be a problem, yeah?
Yeah, I think queen b6 here is.
Okay. Let's take that back.
Yeah.
Before anyone else sees it.
No, it was. We knew we were just playing it out for you, just to know. No, but this is actually a very interesting line in general. That's why Black decided not to go knight a2 after rook e1, but rook f8. Wow, Ilham, and he played this very fast, I think, as well. Is this winning?
So, the point is that g5 is a threat and the bishop is hanging?
Yeah. Simple and effective.
We wanted to see if you followed. Yes, that's right.
Yeah.
We were checking.
Exactly, yeah. I'm a bit disappointed that knight a2 doesn't work, but I guess, okay, what to do. Sometimes we have to accept it, but now, okay, after rook f8, I assume we have to go rook takes c4.
Okay, one takes.
D takes c4. And I guess... Damn. Okay, maybe I was hoping somehow that I could, I don't know, play queen d2 and after knight e2 move knight e6, but it doesn't work, of course. Yes, of course, doesn't work.
I also saw something like queen a3 in the end, but the knight is always hanging, and I don't see how to make it work. So, for example, something like...
queen e3?
Yeah, something like that.
Yeah.
But it doesn't work, yeah? It never works
I
because
don't
this
think
guy
so,
here.
Yeah, that's correct. Okay, wow. Okay, so maybe I said it too quickly. Maybe rook takes c4 is just a mistake. But we don't have a solution, right?
This is the position right now, right? Okay.
Wow. Okay. This is very difficult for white.
And if we don't play rook e4, what are we supposed to play then, no?
I'm really trying my best to find a trick or so, but honestly, this doesn't look hopeful. This looks... because if I go bishop b1, again g5 is... or just rook f4
or simply take on
f4.
f4.
Rook f4 is just over. Wow. Yeah.
Winning a piece?
I think that we might see some resignation soon, but I will just check the variation just to see if we're missing something. It's in fact -4, so this is winning. Okay, wow, crazy. Rook takes c4, d4 on the board. I think we will see resignation very, very soon, and Amar Ilham will be winning his first game. By the way, on board 10, Yilmaz versus Durgalio, we already saw a resignation some time ago. I think maybe already 30 minutes ago. Just easy win.
Ending with a nice tactic.
Very nice, yeah. Pawn win, and that's absolutely enough to win the game. So he just resigned, of course. So very nice win by Yilmaz. Looks so smooth, so easy in 29 moves, but of course it was not easy.
There's a lot of work behind those 29 moves.
Oh yeah, for sure. For sure. He was actually even lower on time than his opponent, which tells you that he was calculating a lot, and it was not smooth at all. But it looked very smooth for sure. So yeah, this game, board 9, I think... okay, bishop b3 is on the board, and I think after g5... Okay, maybe
he's
not so easy, because after g5 we will see queen d2 or queen d4, probably queen d2. So he will get back the piece, but I assume it's not enough.
Yeah,
I don't know how.
2 pawns look... Maybe even g takes f4 is...
Yeah, but then your rook on f8 is also hanging. I think this is enough. Yeah, rook... I want to go rook g8. Maybe queen g7.
But no.
Maybe queen g7 is enough or something like that.
And e3 or f3.
Okay, still some calculation needed, yeah, after bishop d6, but yes, you get the point, you know, you get the point, yeah? Actually, this, after queen
Maybe
d2,
not.
I thought really it was simpler than it is.
Okay, let's see if there's anything else. Can the knight move? Yes, it can.
Very, very good questions. Yes, yes, it can. No, I think you're right. Maybe g takes... no, knight c6.
Oh, what? It ended. Knight c6.
Oh, wait a second.
It was that easy, eh?
Oh, because he went queen d4. He didn't go queen d2, so now his queen is attacked. Wait, why didn't he go queen d2? Oh, queen c5 check. Okay, sorry. Okay. I'm just missing things, yeah? So
yeah.
Queen c5, and then you
I hung a queen a few moves ago, so you missing a check is not a problem.
I was confused how it's not easy, you know, it's -4. It cannot just be g takes f4.
No.
It's of course much easier. You keep the piece, yeah, and in this case it's knight c6, and in the other one it's queen c5. But okay, very nice game, very smooth game. GG's. Do you want to go back to board 1?
Yes.
Just to see what is happening, because I think this is going to be a very long game.
They are actually following the game that we...
Yeah, Selimova versus Sahli. Indeed, this is actually still the game. In fact, this is... Wow. Okay, and here rook g1 is a novelty.
On move, what, 25 or... No, 22.
Move 22. No, yeah, it's
23.
move 23. It's a novelty. So here in the game, it was bishop e2 between Selimova and Sahli. Yes, my little cat, what do you want? Yeah.
Just some attention.
Yeah. Then come here. Okay, after rook g1, h6, and rook g3. How would I evaluate this? I have absolutely no idea. I always like when I'm a pawn up. I will not complain. Just a second, let me get my cat.
We like material very much. Well, let me just see what he went. He went rook b8 and then knight c4. Okay. But then rook b7.
Yes.
And the knight on e5 is...
Okay, we
ending,
have...
Yeah?
Ooh. So some tactics, but if you take the knight on e5, what is happening?
There is rook takes b2.
Oh. My cat wants to step on the keyboard, which is not good because you could end the stream. Yeah, so knight e5, rook b2, king a1, and how do you want to continue? Do you want to go bishop d4, d5, and then I don't know. Wow, actually, I don't see
bishop d5 and bishop
f4
f6
or f6. Let's play it out.
Let's play it, yeah. Let me do that. Yeah, we have a third commentator. The third commentator comes and goes as she pleases.
Exactly,
because
as
that's
the lady.
yes.
As the lady she is, she can be very loud. So I apologize, or you're welcome. I don't know what you prefer. But yes, she's.
We were wondering about that, yeah.
Yeah, we're wondering about that, but also I could take rook takes d5. Was that an option? Ah, no, sorry, it wasn't an option because rook b1 and then rook f1.
Okay, rook f1. I was looking for the checkmate, but no.
Might
Rook F1.
No, actually there might be one. And bishop e7.
Bishops. Yep. Okay. There it is.
I guess so. That's even better than rook f1, but okay. Sorry, yeah, so e takes and now bishop f4.
Because on bishop f6 there's rook e3, no?
Yeah, I mean, this potentially could still work, but why risk it? Yeah, if there's bishop f4.
Okay, bishop f4.
But can I go rook e1?
Knight d3?
Oh, you want to go knight d3? Oh, even better. Yeah, knight d3. I love it. I love that. Yes, yes, yes. This is much better.
No. Take, no?
Yeah. I wonder if I can go knight b2.
Yeah. I thought this is good, but now I see
rook
that.
d2, yeah.
Yep.
No, this is not good at all.
This is not good. Okay.
Okay, so bishop f4 is not good. Okay, I'm confused. After rook a1, I'm sure we're missing something simple, but or maybe not. Maybe I'm wrong. But do I have to take on d5? No, I can go bishop f4 immediately. Oh, because
very nice. I love that. Yeah, and rook a2, really nice spot there. Yeah.
Okay, this is gorgeous. Oh, I love this. The play of two bishops. Wow. Okay, so
this is very nice. Bishop f4.
Yeah, bishop f4. But again, like, what if you move the knight? I don't know, c4.
Knight d3 again.
Knight d3. Yeah. Okay. Again. Yeah. Knight d3. Yeah. It's not any different than before. Bishop g3, knight b2. Again, it's the same. Rook.
It looks the same, no? If bishop e5, rook d2. Okay, so what are we missing here? Has to be something. What about here, knight d3? Yeah, I don't think I can sacrifice much more.
Yeah, I think we've done enough. I was thinking instead of going bishop f4, if I could do something else, but going like bishop f6 doesn't work because
knight f6 is a check, unfortunately.
Yes, very, very unfortunate.
We could have a nice checkmate there. But is that a nice checkmate?
Yeah.
We got a double bishop checkmate and a double knight checkmate in this game.
We did it all. We did it all. I'm sorry, I'm confused. I don't see what is happening. Sorry, the live position actually is rook b2. And you know what? I'm just gonna check the engine to see what happens.
Oh, it was rook g2.
And after knight b2, king a1.
I was wondering about bishop d2 here, because you gave me this idea with the knight on d4, but I don't think it works. No, it's not going anywhere.
No, the best move and the only move here is bishop takes d5, which we saw. Yeah. But after bishop pawn takes d5, bishop f6 should be played.
So this worked. And what if rook e3?
And if rook e3, just rook from 2b4. Threatening checkmate. And after rook d2, bishop g5 works, rook b1 works, rook a4 works. It's basically equal, but easier for black. This game is indeed Lichess puzzle training, yes, for sure. This one is extremely dynamic, even though it's an endgame. This is tricky, and this is why white decided to go rook g2.
Keep it all safe, I guess.
Yeah. Still a pawn up, correct? Yeah, still a pawn up, but of course black has this dynamic potential. I will turn off the evaluation now. It is, by the way, 0-0. If you're surprised. Yes, if you're surprised, I am not. However, okay. I think this can continue for some time without blunders. Maybe I want to check some game that has blunders.
Has blunders. Okay.
For example,
that's gonna be tough to find.
I don't know. Board 5, for example, looks extremely interesting. We left it here, and if we go on, this is exactly what, if you remember, we were talking about exchanging this bishop for the knight, and now I was thinking queen f5. Black decided to play queen d7, and the game continued very logically. Ooh, h4.
Look. Not exactly your idea, but...
Not exactly, but good enough. I like it. Castle happened. I will just check. This is still very good position for black. And somewhere along the lines, black made a mistake. I'm just gonna see when it was, because we never know. There was some blunder. This is still very good for black, but so this was a pawn blunder. Okay, so queen e5 was the mistake. Don't know why. What else can I do in this position? But queen e5 was...
Bishop e4 looks like a big threat. No?
Yeah,
so
exactly.
he wanted to take on b2.
Exactly. What was the best move? Queen d8. Queen d8, and after bishop e4, just rook b8, and it's 0-0. This is very hard to play as a human, so queen e5 was on the board, and now the d6 pawn was like taken, and apparently this is good enough to win the game for white. Okay, this was not a big blunder, but now apparently this is very, very, very difficult for black pieces. As you imagine, this pawn on d6.
So this means that we're gonna have our first upset.
Oh wow, yes, board? You're correct.
The round, yeah.
Daneshvar with black pieces is indeed a favorite. However, 5 minutes and 40 seconds for white pieces, which means it's not over yet.
It's not over yet, yeah. But it's much easier to play than Tudor's game, for example, which where white did have an advantage, but not clear.
Absolutely. No, yeah, right. This looks simple. You just put the rook behind the pawn, let's say rook d4, maybe you exchange the queens if you want to, and with this bishop against the knight, I think you will score a win even with 1 minute on the clock. There's 30 seconds increment, so it's okay. I guess it's enough. And rook d4 on the board. Okay, just wanted to check what happened here. If you want to check to Tudor's game, something happened. He's very, very low on time. We left it around here. Wait, where did we leave it? Just a second. Oh, yeah, so this is what happened in the game?
They did play the whole queen g2 thing?
Wow. No, they played bishop f6, queen f4, bishop d4.
This is what we saw.
Yeah, yeah. So this is actually what happened.
These were the best... no, rook h7.
Sorry, here rook h7, yeah.
Let me make this main line. Sorry. Yeah.
Perfect. So after rook h7, rook g1.
Ah, he went rook g1.
Was this the best move? Let me just check. Queen g3.
Ah, we looked at bishop e8 and queen g3,
yes,
right?
Yes, it's a bit different, but queen g3 here was still the best move, with the same idea.
Trap the rook.
Absolutely. But rook g1, and after queen b6, rook g8. What is the threat? Knight g6, maybe, huh? Threatening checkmate on f8. Oof. Another puzzle. I love it. Lichess will have a lot of material for today. And after f5, whoa! Would you dare to play f5? Damn.
No, but it's the only move, so I guess he was...
Was it the only move? Wow, okay.
It looks like it, no? Do I have anything else?
I don't know, it just looks so dangerous to be played.
What else could I do? Move the bishop from d7?
I don't know, would you prefer going f6 though? Then f5? Going f5 is so brave. Oh,
unless
anyway,
unless f6 runs into checkmate, yeah? Well, is this checkmate or not? This? Here? Here? Here and there?
Oh, oof.
Yeah.
Gorgeous, gorgeous. So f5? Ah, okay, the idea is that you go king f6. Because after king f7,
so what?
you take queen f5, and this is
right
over. Yeah, this is over. Yeah.
How is it different from the previous line?
So here you go queen f6,
rook f8,
and rook f7. But still, this should be winning.
You take
correct?
and queen f5.
Exactly, but king g7. I'm not sure what is the evaluation. White has won the game.
Yeah.
It was indeed checkmate in 2. So after knight g6, king f6, there's maybe
a queen f5.
prettier checkmate than this. I think queen e5. No, wait, maybe there's another one that we're not seeing.
No, but one is enough, no?
No, because after queen e5, okay, king f7, you still have to play.
Rook f8, king g6, queen...
Is this checkmate in 2 moves, or was it in 3? Because it said checkmate in 2. That's why I'm saying we could find a better one.
It does say. So king f6.
King 6.
e5. E5? Oh, come on, e5. No, e5 and queen f5. There we have
Beautiful.
it.
Finally,
we finally found it.
Good job, us. Yeah, so there was a simpler checkmate.
This one, yeah.
I'm gonna get more coffee to find more checkmates. Not in 3, but
this
in 2.
This is almost a checkmate. Now it's a checkmate. There we got it.
Wow, beautiful.
But it's not in 2. What did we do wrong?
No. After, wait, what? Again? Ugh. No, 1. Yeah, it's again in 3. Okay, you know what?
This is a real challenge here for us.
After king f6, you take queen f5. And then go e5.
Oh, and e5.
This is even prettier.
That's the checkmate in 2.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, gorgeous. Thank you, Chess, for helping us as well. But wow, so many checkmates. Which one to choose? We would obviously choose the one in 3, but personal preference.
The one we see.
The one
we see one, we go for it.
Exactly, and this is absolutely enough.
So f5 was, of course, the blunder, but was there... bishop e8. We looked at bishop e8 in some other line, yes?
Yeah, in the previous one where the queen was on the g file, and now it's not, so it's, I guess, better.
But he must have thought that knight g6 is also really bad. You probably move the king. Probably.
d7, for example, or... Yeah.
But then there's knight f8.
Oof, correct. So
not
d8.
What, d8?
But then queen f6. This should be winning.
Yeah.
What if I take on g6, allow you to play queen f8, king d7, queen e8, and king f7? Is this... Do you save yourself? Maybe.
Let's try a check here.
King d6.
And you go here.
I want to go to e3.
Yeah.
But I think you can play queen d6. Queen e6, sorry, and after this...
Rook c8.
But no, now I come here. Now it's okay. Or is it?
And rook b8?
Oh, you can...
Yeah, maybe it's too much material.
Not okay. No, okay. This is too hard, honestly. I think even if it was 0-0, this is just too hard to play for black pieces. Very hard game in general. So, good fight from Tudor, but this is just this type of the position that it's much easier to play for white pieces. What to do?
And we have a few more, I see more decisive results on board 31 and 32.
Okay, let's go just to check.
Board 13, okay?
Yeah, no, let's go to 32 to just see what happened. Also a loss in 26 moves. This is the guy that doesn't have a title, so Utegalio. The only
24-45.
The only one that doesn't have a title. Maybe he doesn't have his norms yet, or maybe, like you said, he didn't buy the title yet, because you have to do it with FIDE. You have to pay some fee. This is how it goes. But looks like a very nice win. Look at all these pieces being coordinated on the board. So 26 moves, very nice. GG.
And this here is a checkmate.
Sorry?
Oops.
Sorry,
On
yeah.
f7 here.
Oh,
cute.
that's
Because
very
the queen was
adorable.
hanging, but knight f7 is a checkmate.
Yeah, another checkmate combination. So just going e7. Oh, imagine like.
Ah, you just cut off the rook.
Okay,
Yeah.
sorry. Yeah, just cut off the rook, just going e7, and this is very beautiful way to win, indeed.
What else do we have?
31. Let's also check the closing position.
Also some attack going.
Looks like black was
successful.
better from move 10. There was some good preparation from black side, and then it was just a smooth conversion, like you said, strategical masterpiece, strategical win. This is what top players do. They just destroy us slowly. It's what happens, and this is exactly what happened here. Yeah, this is just over. No chance, even though if the material was equal. Now there's just checkmate on the board.
Yeah.
The next move. Board 27. Uso beat Zverev.
Okay, so another upset here, yeah.
Exactly. What happened here? There was indeed a blunder. Let's see why the knight c4 is a blunder. Wait, now the thing is that I had
because the knight is
open,
pinned,
so.
yeah.
Yeah, so queen e2 was just, that's it. It was that simple. And now, I guess...
Bishop f6 and win.
Bishop f6, yeah, very simple.
Maybe he miscalculated something here.
Yes, maybe he forgot queen a2.
Maybe queen a2 was missed, yeah.
I think he just forgot, yeah, or missed it somehow, and this is just a clear piece up. So, just some blunders happen. Board 19 was a draw, looks like an equal game throughout between Mamedo and Orozbaio.
So good start for white.
Exactly. Move board 13. Again, why do I say move 13? You know, like I'm playing the game. No, it's board 13.
Because you're very invested.
I'm very invested. We have another blunder. In fact, in this position, let's try to solve it. Knight from df3 is a blunder. Why would
it's black to play here,
yes,
no?
It's black to play. Somehow I'm curious about knight f4. What else could be good? Knight f4 is maybe a bit too ambitious. Why was this a blunder? Is just queen b2? Is it that simple? No, right? Couldn't be. I don't
think there's any tactic. No, is there any tactic?
Let's see what happened. Knight h4, knight h4, bishop d7. So no tactic, but actually just...
Probably the bishop on c6
problems.
with d4 is going to be very strong.
Exactly. So first, rook
there we
h4,
have it.
Just smooth game with two bishops, like you said. Bishop c6. And that was
something
enough.
with h4, yeah. Rook h4 ideas.
Okay. Very, very nice.
Because...
Sorry, queen?
Rook g8, okay. I'm checking if queen g8.
If queen g8, I guess we...
Take on h4 and game over.
I guess the king cannot move to...
to g2. So the bishop on c6.
Yes, beautiful. Beautiful bishop. Wow. Very, very nice. Not tactic, but just positional understanding that you just have to put the bishop there and you're winning. So very good job. Other games are still in progress, so let's go to board 1 to quickly see what is happening. We left it here, knight c6, knight a5, some maneuvering, black...
And this is the position, right?
Yes, and black is trying. This is going to be a long game, 16 seconds for white.
Yes,
time trouble.
Very low on time.
Very, very low on time. So 16, 9, 8, 7. I don't know if the clocks are absolutely correct, but I'm nervous for white.
Are there any threats to begin with? Is black threatening anything? Probably not.
No, not yet, I guess. That was the... But I think that Van Hao will swindle this. I don't know how, but This just seemed to be a very hard game for white. Because this bishop on g5 can somehow just go sneakily come up to you,
to see f6.
Not yet, but
no, not yet. But for example, if you take on d5,
yes.
What do you think? Rook d5. Yeah. Because if pawn takes, maybe then bishop f6.
Yes, I understand. I was just trying to make b3 work, but then knight a4 is very strong. Yeah, I think I have to take with the rook. Yeah, still very interesting. So I wanna maybe check the other games if there's some drama in the other ones. So because there's no tactics here yet, I'm just gonna go to the live position.
Yes, let's go to. Oops, what?
King g1. So something fell on f3. I feel like black king is almost in checkmate.
Black is up 2 pawns.
But the king on f5 almost has no squares. Okay.
Also, the king on g1 looks like it's under attack. So who's attacking who here?
Exactly. That's a very, very good point. I have no words. Okay, white has some threats, or doesn't he? I was thinking queen d3, but then there's always bishop e4. So I assume this is not a threat yet.
Just maybe taking on f3 is a threat, no? Maybe, because black gets a lot of pawns also, but...
Yeah. No, I was thinking to play something like bishop d5. But what is happening here? Queen d3.
g4?
Oh, you want to go to... Oh, you just want to
If it
works,
works,
just want to kill me simply.
If it works,
very simply.
I'll take it.
You just really wanna,
Yeah, I think it looked like it works.
I think this works. Okay, so this is also a thread. Good to know. Thank you. So we have to. What do we do with black pieces to save this? Bishop
so
d1?
go to g. Yeah.
You want to g4?
Yeah, somewhere to cover g4. I thought.
The rook. So let's go bishop 1. But I mean, I would be slightly scared with black pieces. I don't know exactly why, but something like queen d3 just makes me feel scared.
Yeah, because king e5, bishop d6.
Exactly.
And it's over, no?
GG, exactly. You have to go to f4. Can I go g3?
Bishop d6. Ah. Yeah. Yeah, you can do that.
So, wait, I'm confused. With black pieces, how do I save this?
Maybe there's some perpetual? For example, maybe you could take on g2.
With the
rook g2 to make it more forcing. And maybe... Okay, you have to take. And if king g2... queen g4?
Do I want to go to queen g5 and trade the queens? I think there's no chance to draw this, right? Or?
Maybe queen g4 and...
I'm gonna go queen g4 and after king... Let's go
h2.
Oh, no, yeah. Let's go to h... or f2. Okay, whatever.
Yeah, I'm thinking that here on queen h4, maybe queen h3.
I think rook g2 is... Bishop g2 was on the board. Let's go to the live position because... I think we're gonna see something similar. Bishop g2 is on the board, and after this, check first. And king h2.
So that's how you get the perpetual? Now rook, queen...
But queen h3
back,
though.
Queen h3, yeah?
Yeah. So, let's see what he's gonna do. Let's see what he's going to do here.
There's queen d6 also?
No, because there's bishop.
There's the bishop.
Yeah. More coffee, less blunders.
Yeah. I only had one so far. I should have gotten a second one.
Yeah, rookie mistake.
Rookie mistake,
But you're not a rookie.
I have 8 days to fix it.
Yeah, no, with these streams, I played a simul yesterday, and you have to follow so many games that once I'm not playing them, but still I'm calculating for the players. It is very exhausting, so I apologize for the blunders. We will improve indeed. Actually, more blunders, more fun. This is my motto, so so it's okay.
Yeah,
hopefully.
as long as we don't play them on the board.
And queen h5 is on the board. By the way, you know what I'm thinking? After queen h3,
The end game, right?
That this pawn end game versus bishop,
yeah,
that this actually they arrange a draw. That this is actually equal endgame. I don't know if it is. No, actually, black is winning this endgame.
Ah, so he had to go to take the draw with king g1.
Wow, so he evaluated. They both evaluated that this is winning for black. I wouldn't think it was winning, but I thought it would be something like equal.
I thought white could save it, but maybe it's because the black king is very active, and you can go to b1 in some.
Correct. You just push this once, and then you take these pawns whenever you have. Very, very good. Very good.
Very nice.
I didn't expect that, but they arranged a draw. They offered a draw. It was after 30 moves, so it was okay.
And I guess at this point with a repetition.
Yeah, it's absolutely.
It's fine.
They didn't repeat though. They just repeated.
No.
They just gave one check, and they were like, "Yeah, this is a draw." So Sarana didn't win. He played this very strong youngster from Turkey, Kuru Atilla. Very, very
young
tricky
players
player.
Coming strong.
Yes, to draw Sarana with black pieces, this is not easy. Very nice tactics by him. Bishop g2, let's say, if that was a tactic.
Nice find, no?
Nice find, yeah, that's better wording. Can we, let's go board 3.
Yeah.
Back to the live position. Whoa, this is also slightly chaotic.
Nobody is playing it safe today. No?
Whoa, yeah, this is very chaotic.
They all chose violence.
Wow, yeah, I guess this is just this type of day today. To evaluate this position, let's count the pieces. Black is a pawn up.
It's very important. Black is a pawn up, okay.
But somehow
bishop
is hanging, so black has to move it. Look at this beautiful diagonal. Look at this king on h8. This just screams checkmate me, just screams give me a checkmate. How would you evaluate this? I think white is doing perfectly fine.
Yeah?
I don't know. I hope so. I'm not sure. Maybe it's not so easy.
Maybe white is fine, yeah, because the king on d2.
This? Yeah, this looks very
safer, yeah.
Well,
so you want to play rook e6?
Okay. Yeah, I just want to play this. I just want to attack this one.
And on rook g7?
And I take, and you take on
g2?
Oh, you take on g2. Oh, okay.
Yes.
Okay, take like this, which is much better. Yeah, this looks
I don't know.
Over.
Looks.
No, I was just
you wanted the diagonal to work. I make it work.
Yeah, very good. No, this is just much simpler. This is winning. Good. Okay, so we cannot move this rook here.
It's a teamwork here.
Yeah, indeed it is. Okay, this to me looks like white is doing very comfortably, and Sgîrcea again with black pieces. Could this be another upset? Let's see if he finds a move.
He's under some pressure.
4,
so what
3,
should he play?
No, this is queen h4. But doesn't this just lose the piece? Oh no, rook is also hanging on e7. What a nice resource. These GMs, they just make everything work. I don't know, it becomes so easy to them.
Okay, but what if we still take on g7? Does it work? And then take on d5? Isn't that pin?
If I take on g7, I first give you a check, queen takes d4, no?
Yes, you do.
And I don't think this is enough. I mean,
no, that's not gonna be
enough.
You take
on g2, yeah.
I agree.
So this is a bit too slow.
So he took on, what did he play?
Sorry, yes.
He made a move?
Yeah, he took the queen and
knight h4.
Knight h4. Okay, so black is doing much better now. Because f2 is also hanging. Let's just check the valuation.
The rook on g1 is hanging? Okay. e4 is a move.
Yeah.
No, not yet. I have to. No, it's not a move.
Ooh, okay, just check the evaluation. Rook, Rook takes g6 is actually...
Knight takes?
Yeah, knight takes.
And that's why I thought e4 is not a move. But rook d7 maybe?
Yeah, rook d7. Rook d7. And you cannot really move the rook from g8, right?
Yeah.
And this is a big struggle. I mean, I can go knight... Oh, no, I cannot go knight e5. I was thinking, can I take h takes g6?
But here maybe e4 works.
Yeah, you play e4, but I will say, okay, play it, you know, if you want to. Takes. You take. I don't know. Bishop. Okay, this is a struggle. I agree. Bishop b3.
And takes this guy here.
I just take this one. And I have nothing. This knight on h4 is terrible. Okay.
No, I think that the pawn will advance very fast, right?
Yeah, absolutely. You're right. And these
with the bishops.
Very, very strong position for sure. Did he take back with something? Well, let me just...
Knight, yes.
Okay, he took back with the knight. Okay, this is... And rook c7 is on the board. Why rook c7? Why? What's the point?
There is a plan, but what is the plan?
What is the plan? Confusing. I don't know what was wrong with rook d7, but what if I decide to play knight e5 here with black? You know, I just don't know.
Would he maybe want to play... What did he play? Play knight h4. Similar idea.
Similar idea indeed. Yeah, I just thought it was better to put it on e5.
But f4, I guess, only on both moves. I guess I have to do this.
Yeah, I was trying to make e4 work again, but I don't think it does. No, I don't think it does, because at the end black has d5.
Right.
So it doesn't. So I might have to move. But now this gives me this bishop on d5, this diagonal to protect the b7.
Yes.
And I don't understand exactly. Yeah, f4 is on the board. I think white... Okay, white I think is still better. Let me just check. Yeah, white is still better.
But just knight f3... Oh, much better even, yeah?
Yeah, plus
from the look
1.5. So this looks very good for Gutam.
And if knight f3, he would play what? If check?
After knight f3, I don't think I care much, but okay, slightly maybe. Slightly care. Can I go? Where do I move the king?
d1?
Okay, let's go to d1. Okay.
I don't know, because on d3 there was some bishop e4.
Yeah.
But maybe you just move your king up. And that's okay.
I guess knight g1 is bothering you, no?
Yep.
Yeah, knight g1, okay.
Maybe in bishop f1 and nothing is bothering us.
Actually, this is on the board.
Ah, really?
I think so. Let me just check.
Yes, you're right.
No, king d1 is on the board.
Not knight g1.
Yeah, but knight g1 not yet. But this is indeed bothering us. Because now I don't think I want to play h4. I don't think I want to exchange
bishop f1?
Yeah, I think bishop f1 is good enough. And the problem is black cannot move. Just cannot move. Because this beautiful bishop and beautiful rook on c7.
He played h6.
Yeah. h6 immediately without knight g1. Yeah, he wants to play king h7, somehow going to g6 to save himself, but yeah. I think we can predict white will be playing for a win for some time.
White will be playing for a win. The question is, will he also win it?
Yeah, exactly. So far looking good, I think. I mean, attacking
bishop d3.
f5, yeah. Do I have to go knight h4? This looks ugly if I have to do it.
Doesn't...
Like imagine knight h4. Let's say I go, I don't know, king c2, and after king h7 I have bishop f6.
Nice.
And then f5 is hanging and you just lose the game. So
Very
yeah,
nice.
this looks very good for white. Let's go to board 4. Let's see what Badelka is doing against Ceperino, or what is Ceperino doing against Badelka. This pawn on d5.
It looked like he's doing well, and the king on f8.
Looks like white is pushing for sure. I mean, look at this, and then there's some
And queen
checkmate
h8.
threats. Yeah. So queen e2 and d6 on the board immediately. Wait, sorry, what? Yeah,
Queen
okay.
h8 is checkmate.
Yeah, I'm just confused. How are you protecting it, or is this a resignation moment?
Maybe a resignation. I thought maybe she wanted to play f6, but then there's queen e7, so f6 doesn't work.
Yeah, I think this is a resignation moment for sure. Maybe she was thinking knight d6, but doesn't work because this is a check. I think we're gonna see a resignation right now. Oh no, knight g7. She's still gonna try, but
no. But queen e7.
Yeah, queen e7.
This is winning the queen, no?
Yeah. Now the resignation moment.
Yeah. No, it's checkmate. Not even. Yeah.
Oh,
it's checkmate.
Will she play it out? No, I don't think so. I don't think she plays the checkmates out ever. So we can wait for a few moments to see, but I don't think so, right?
No, I don't think so. I think this is just resign and that's it.
So let's move to board 5. Let's go to the live position. Bishop d1, another endgame. What are these pawns on d6 today? You know, I feel like every position we check.
And we thought this would be much easier for white, but now it doesn't look so much.
Wait, exactly.
So winning.
Exactly.
This is the same game that we left here. Yeah.
You're right. Yeah, there were some complications. We exchanged the queens, but
and that's how we got a pawn on the b5.
Okay. Some counterplay now because rook b2 has to be played, and this looks still very much easier for white, though. I mean, what do you do? Rook b8?
Maybe, but rook b8 doesn't. Yeah, rook b8.
But can I go a6?
Yes, you can.
It's true though that this knight is going to d8 and it will protect everything, so it is a bit hard for white to promote to a queen.
Knight c5 wouldn't work, right? Because just take it and nothing. Okay.
No, okay. This will still be played on, but still a bit easier for white. But maybe Denshvar is out of the fire. Let's say that. Board 6. What is this? Live position. This looks like a win endgame for white. Queen is coming to f6. We're taking g6. Same color bishops. Should be smooth transposition to win, no?
Yeah, I think so. Queen f6 is a very big threat. There's no way to defend.
Exactly.
The queen has to stay on f7.
Yeah, so Sgîrcea will probably, most likely, transform this into win. Board 7, whoa, what? Knight ditch with the queen up, but against the bishop and 2 pawns I thought, isn't that easy? Or maybe it's not so easy, huh? maybe there's some tricks.
Maybe white is still hoping.
What is white hoping for?
I don't know.
Okay, I mean, I do not blame him, but you're playing very strong grandmaster. I'm just a bit confused.
I understand your confusion, yes.
I'm just a bit confused right now. Okay, let's stay here for a bit because I wonder.
Did it come from a position where he blundered something?
Yeah, let's see.
Maybe he's just mad that he didn't hold the endgame.
Maybe, yes. Okay, there was this endgame with the same color bishops, but equal pawns. So I guess this is a draw endgame. However,
it is because the pawns on the king side look strong.
Okay, let me just see. How would you? Yeah, this is 0-0 after b4, which was played, and then after b5, this is actually almost win. No, it's +1. This is winning for white. This is why white is playing on, because after c4, This is a winning endgame.
Okay.
Whoa, and after takes, just bishop c5. And you're much faster to queen, because after bishop g5, you go b5. Wow, this is, again, very hard to calculate.
So what was the difference with his move order?
Bishop d8, apparently, and then after c4, oh, this is still winning. No, it's still winning.
Yeah.
And after g3, you have to go h3. What? What do you mean you have to go h3? I'm confused. And after this,
a5 is promoting the pawn. Bishop c7.
Bishop c7, a6, bishop b8, b5. You cannot stop me.
No.
So
I cannot stop
what he did? He took on g3, which seems logical because here you play a5 as well, but
so
there's no way to stop this pawn. So after a6, h3. And who promotes with the check? Who promotes with the check? Black.
And gets the queen.
Oof. Oh, I understand why he was playing on now. Yes, he was trying to calm himself down. I would be extremely upset to lose this as well. Wow. So Nardich almost losing the first game, but at the end just won because of this blunder. Wow. This is impressive. This is impressive.
Tough start for white.
A very tough start, yeah. So h3, remember this. In case you get this in the game, you have to go h3. Okay, let's be honest.
I guess the nice idea to remember is that you already have a bishop covering this one.
Yeah, and it's not enough. There's not enough time for black to bring the h-pawn. But no, very, very...
we have a lot of results.
Yes, let's go check on what happened.
Hey, how lost?
Whoa, okay, let's see what happened. Let me promote the original variation. So after rook g3, we were thinking, okay, somehow black will manage to do something, but these two knights apparently were too strong. Why?
Okay.
What happened? Takes. I don't know, I don't have the evaluation on, so I don't know where it went wrong. Okay, let me go slightly back. So here, rook f2 was not an accurate move. I don't know why, it looks very good. Here black could have played rook b6. And after knight b6, knight e4. I don't understand why this is...
Why am I giving up so many pieces? Can you help me out? Because bishop takes bishop a2 and there's some bishop f6 at the end?
Yeah.
Okay.
Checkmate, yeah. Gorgeous, of course, but again hard to calculate with no time. So he took on d5 and now took on h2, and now this is already too hard to play because of b5. And apparently just very simple and going b6. And this rook is out of the game. Yeah, this knight has no checks. And soon after this, he resigned because look at... Wow, Wang Hao losing the first game. That must be a...
disappointing start for him.
That must be a very disappointing start.
And for us, because we were hoping to see him back in the game.
Yeah, for sure. And even though the opening was... equal with the pawn down, but two bishops, you know, we kind of thought he will definitely maneuver this out, but very good game by Rostotsev. Yeah, he thought, there's just nothing. Very good game by white. Okay, so
what do we have left?
Game 6, Yugiro did win this endgame, so...
so black just resigned.
Black resigned. Board 8, we didn't check what happened.
We saw that position and white won.
Yeah, okay. Looks like a very smooth win somehow. Don't know exactly what happened. There are many things that happened clearly, but at the end white did win and it looks like a very smooth win. What did we also miss? Board 11. Some blunders.
I don't think we checked this.
Some blunders. what was the opening? Again, the Sicilian, and here black played rook c5, which is apparently a blunder because of bishop e6 and
back rank
queen
problems?
g1. Yeah. And you can not take on e6 because I would assume queen g6 or something very similar to that.
Yeah. No, that looks convincing, really.
Yeah, okay, sorry. And after knight d7, which was played, oh, this is now a draw. So not so clear win. What was winning was f5. Okay, very interesting. But after this is now a draw if you find king h7. Interesting.
And he bishop g8 and it's a repetition?
Yeah.
So what, he was trying to win this?
No, I don't think he saw how to stop. Maybe he
because
was afraid of rook g8.
Rook g8, right?
Yeah,
yes.
Yeah, exactly.
So what was the defense? Knight f8?
I think so. Let me just check. No, rook g5 now. And the idea is... What is the idea?
Pawn takes?
What is the idea?
Take that.
Wait, look, you know what? I need the help of the engine. F takes g5. And after queen d4, knight f6. And this is good enough to hold the draw.
So it's 2 pawns for the exchange.
Yeah, and strong pawns as well.
Maybe even white will have some problems.
Exactly. But
practical problems.
Exactly, but he went rook g5 immediately, which is apparently bad because after
rook is in?
Yeah, because now rook is much stronger here, and after h4, as everything is too open. If you ask me what's the difference, I'm not exactly sure, but the rook is apparently much better here. Yeah, and also in the other line, knight f6 would be attacking the rook, forcing the rook out. So, wow, what a small difference, a very small difference, but...
yeah, we see this happen too often.
Chess is hard, you know. Sometimes chess is easy and sometimes chess is hard. Yeah, we cannot decide.
Chess is easy. I don't know. When is chess easy?
Exactly. Okay, let's go to board 12 because it's still live. And they are both very, very low on time.
Then look at that. And 3 minor pieces for 2 rooks.
Exactly. Very, very interesting position.
Defending a4 there because it was hanging.
Would you pick white or black here?
I would pick white.
You would, yeah. Me too, I think. Just looks like if I manage to take the a4 pawn, this would be almost a very smooth win.
What does she think? Is it a smooth win?
Yeah, smart, is it a smooth win?
Yeah, I was just thinking about knight d4 really, to cut off the other rook, threaten maybe bishop d3 here, and even something like this to get the pawn.
Exactly. But I'm gonna just check the evaluation. Yeah, this is for sure winning for white. Okay.
The two bishops. Two bishops, always very strong.
Exactly, and yeah, no.
At least here.
I mean, these two rooks are just, not doing the job. No, if there was a queen on the board, of course, this would be a different, different conversation. But now this is a very nice. I think it's gonna be smooth conversion for Inyan. So
I like it.
Continue to board 14. Let's see what is happening here. Another endgame. But this knight is now taking an e6. Can I just see if this was a blunder somehow? Or was this all calculated? No, this was calculated. Okay. So Nogerbek with white pieces will convert
He's
this,
probably going to win this, yeah.
I think so. The thing is...
just over, yeah.
Oh, yeah. Just resignation.
He gets the exchange back and 2 pawns.
Exactly.
Yes, of course.
And these 2 pawns are absolutely enough to win the game. Where else can we go? I want to maybe move to the positions that are still happening, because they're in time trouble.
What about board? Yeah.
21?
Yes, let's see.
Wow.
Also, an exchange is missing.
Yeah, but some pawns also are missing on the white side. I don't know
Yeah.
exactly what's happening. And queen is on the board, so this makes it a bit trickier for white to defend, but maybe easier for white to attack. Oh yeah, he just took the pawn.
Disappeared there. Yeah.
Now I guess it makes it a bit easier. I would assume some queen exchange in the future.
Do we want to exchange queens right now or not yet?
Yeah,
because if we exchange queens, maybe this guy runs.
Exactly, yeah, this is something. But also our guy runs, you know?
Yes.
And who's gonna be first? Who's gonna be first? I'm not sure, but okay, let's do it. Let's see. If you go h4, I go a5. You go h3.
Yeah, let's go all the way. But a6.
Okay, let's
he
go.
played queen d8, so yeah.
Okay. So I don't know if going a6 is the best move.
Because here, right?
Because rook a7, right?
Rook a7, yeah.
And I guess it's not so simple, because after rook c6, h2, you know, rook d1, and now bishop d5.
Yes.
And now who is winning? No, and it's not lost yet, but I have to give up my a pawn, and this is terrible. Don't do this. Don't do this at home. Okay.
No, but there the
so
bishop
simple.
was hanging.
Yeah,
the bishop is hanging.
It's not so simple.
Maybe h1, no?
Okay.
And get the exchange.
No,
well.
Can I start with this? Or maybe this. Maybe I start with this. I don't want to play h1 yet, you know? Just keeping my options open. Because it would be with a check. I would lose it, and then I think I'm lost with black because I go.
But I was wondering if maybe white can defend.
G5. Okay, I mean this is tricky.
That's what you want to do.
This is
get
tricky.
The pawn to G2.
B4, G4, B5, G3, B6. Okay, let's go for it.
Let's go here.
Let's go for it. And now I'm taking.
Yes, I knew you would do that.
Did
and
you?
G2, no? Yeah. I was thinking about the same.
Yeah, I don't know. I think this is winning for black, but with all the surprises, you know, sometimes we blunder. But what is the live position? Let's see. He didn't go for it.
No, he went queen G4.
Okay, fair. But he first took the pawn.
Oh no, he took a pawn on A4.
Which is even better, because this is a dangerous
I was just going to ask, and where did the pawn from A4 go?
Yeah, it just disappeared. And now, okay. Would you say this is comfortable for black?
I don't think comfortable.
Okay.
Because there's always something, like something on H8.
Okay.
But maybe it's okay. And also maybe you don't make it to H8. How do you make it to H8? Queen F6 and Rook D8, something like that.
This looks like a good plan, yeah. Queen F6. But maybe now it's time to exchange the queens, you know? Because then it makes it easier for me to push the pawns.
Right.
I guess. But this is very interesting. Maybe I would like to check board 26, because it's also in time trouble, but this looks like a draw.
This should be, yeah?
I think this should, yeah. I think they're gonna repeat the moves soon. Okay. I remember playing this. I think it was almost the same position as this with white. I think it was against Buxa. She's an international master. Yes, Natalia. And she really tried to win.
I think probably black can try for a long time.
Yeah,
no?
So this might be going on for some time, but it is theoretically a draw.
What else do we have?
And then I think we have... I want to move to board 5, because if you remember...
yes.
This was this position where we were not sure if white can win, but...
But he did.
I guess after rook b8, a6, this is apparently winning. He will show us how. After rook a8, rook c5. Ooh, and you cannot take the pawn because, oh, this is beautiful checkmate. And now you just take the pawn, and this bishop is way too strong. And now this is, wow, very, very nice way to win the game. After king g8, you can even go e7, you can maybe go rook e7, oops, not rook g7, no need to do that.
No, but rook e7 or d7, like you said, is
this
enough.
So very nice. So this is a very big upset.
Probably.
Danish Far losing against Valio. So.
And what's going on board 2? Oh, sorry, 3?
Yeah. Whoa. Let me promote this to the main line. I think we knew that Black was struggling, and he managed to convert this into an exchange up. And with this king on h2, I think White is winning, yeah? If this king was active, maybe we would have some chances, but... Right?
So how is he winning this? Yeah, it looks like that, but I'm just wondering... Is it going to be some sort of Zugzwang?
I would assume so. With this king on h2, if we could... Or maybe not, huh? We could... How can we convert
some checkmate idea. How do I get the pawns? I don't get the pawns, no?
Actually, that's a very good question. How do you get the pawns? I would love my king to go on d4 first, and then I would consider to play king rook e7 or going to b6 with my king, yeah?
And just take on b7 right away.
At some point I will sacrifice something, yeah? But let's see if we can manage to do that. King d2...
I'm guessing some... that's why he went bishop f6, because now knight f3 was on king d2.
Yeah,
knight
it's
f3
not a fork.
Is not threatened.
Yeah, it was not a fork anymore. And this knight is very, very, very bad knight. So I really want to move it to a nice square, but I don't see a nice square. I mean f3, yeah, and I go king 3. And what do you do? Honestly, what do you do? You know?
Oof, maybe try like that?
Yes. Going to g2, right? I go king d4. Oh no, sorry, I
or
cannot
king
go.
b4.
Or c4, maybe.
And king b4 also knight c3.
Yeah, I'm going to c4, yeah. Basically, I'm gonna play... I want you to go to g2 because I want to
play knight bishop d4?
Yes, but also I want to put this king on f2 with black pieces, right?
Yes, yes.
So I think going to g2 is much better than going to c2.
Yes.
So let's try
to g2
this.
I want.
Yeah, let's try this. But now I think I go king d4. And if you go king g1, I go king rook e7.
And you're gonna take on e4.
I don't know. Wait, I'm not sure. Can I?
Okay, let's. I don't know.
Because if I take, yeah, you cannot take knight e3 because bishop d4. Okay, makes my life easier. A bit, slightly.
And having to calculate the whole endgame.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, so I'm gonna do that for sure.
I think he played king d4.
Sorry, did he? Isn't knight f3 on the board?
Oh, sorry, I thought it was.
Let me just refresh. No, knight f3 is still on the board.
Okay. I thought that was already played.
Yeah, he has some time.
We were looking at this here, king c4. Yeah. And there's nothing else to try, right? King g1 here. Maybe move the bishop.
Yes, but here, exactly, but rook e5, right?
Rook e5.
Rook e5, king f2. Rook f5, knight e3. Okay, still not over, but I think this is much easier to convert, right?
I think so.
Bishop
we have
g5, for example.
A passed pawn. At least.
I think I can even win with bishop h4 here. And rook e5.
And rook e5? Much easier.
Much easier again, making my life a bit easier. So, but he played, okay, king c3, and after knight e1, he didn't go king c4, but bishop d4. Interesting.
Yeah, defending. Already.
No, okay, no, it's good, but after knight g2, how are we going now? Rook e7 already played. Oh. And after king g3, he will just take on e4 and push the pawn. Again, very simple. Why are we
Yes.
complicating our lives, you know?
I don't know.
We're just complicating our lives a bit. Very, very nice. Let's...
So he's going to win this
Yeah.
most likely.
Yeah.
This will be
Another upset.
also, yeah.
Wow, okay.
No easy rounds for anybody here.
No, absolutely not. I mean, let's go to the games that are still live. So board 21.
Board 21.
This was
yes.
the game that's this
with the exchange, where we thought that black was okay now.
Yeah, exactly. And he's giving some checks. I would predict a draw though, just because with the queens on the board, you know,
it's easier to find some perpetuals.
I think so. Even though, yeah, like for example, if rook c2 will happen, I was considering going queen a8, but maybe...
I thought rook a8. I'm sorry, rook a2.
Yes, exactly. This is the plan, but now I think white wants to exchange the pieces.
No, but could you have gone rook a2 already?
Oh, yeah,
that's
sorry.
what I meant.
Oh, yeah, immediately. That's
Can you do it?
Let's check.
King a1.
Do you go queen c3 first?
Yes, you probably go queen c3 first. That's smart. I thought bishop b3, but queen c3 is probably...
Maybe this is a bit easier. And we just take everything and checkmate you at the end. I think so. I think this is good enough. Yeah, this is even nicer. So you cannot go rook c2, you go rook d2. Okay.
And this is a second repetition after queen h1? He went queen
he went to f1. No, he's ambitious. Maybe he wants to go queen a6 after rook d1. Black is playing for a win. Wow. I mean, fair. I love this bishop.
Fair,
so,
yes.
I don't blame anybody for playing for a win.
So rook d1 has to be played? Or rook c1 is also a move here?
Fair. I don't want to remove the rook from defending b3. Yeah. That's why. Oh, well. e4.
I didn't think that was possible. Sorry, I was not considering anything that's not defending a1.
Exactly.
But he stops bishop f5, yeah?
I think this is lost now. I mean, come on, this cannot work. There's no universe where this works. I just want... What if I go rook a1, for example?
Going for checkmates.
Oh, yeah.
Queen d3?
I am. He went queen a1, though, but...
Queen d3, maybe here.
Okay, good. So that's why he went... Yeah, you're right. You're right, that's why he went queen a1.
And rook a2? I have to ask myself what happens.
No, me too. Sorry, is this...
Yeah,
this is
he's showing us.
Why do we need to calculate, you know? He's just gonna...
Just sit back and enjoy the show.
No, but this... A queen e1. GG's, yeah?
After king e3.
Queen e1.
Yes, you're right, yeah. The king e3 was the only move.
Yeah. So, black is winning this right now. Live. King d4 is on the... No, king d4 is resignation. He just
it's
put
resignation.
The king.
Yes.
He put the king on d4. And wow, okay. And now we have last game, which is board 3. So let's see this end game.
Yeah, because there was one more, but it finished. I don't remember which one it was.
Yeah.
But this is important here.
Exactly.
So let's make this.
So let's just check what happens. So he put his bishop on d4 and went here. He removed the bishop and after... knight h4 he played. Okay. So now what are we doing? We're climbing towards b6.
And sacrificing on e4?
The question is, can I take? I mean, of course I take, right? I mean, come on, you know? What you gonna do? What you gonna do? Maybe...
b7?
No, maybe...
Nah, I think... You think? Take with a pawn?
I think I take with a pawn, yeah. Because king b7, knight f5, my last chance, you know? I mean, there's no chance, though. Bishop c5.
No, maybe this, yeah? Oh, you can take and play.
Yeah.
5?
Yeah. Can I?
Yeah, you have to. You have another pawn.
Yeah. Should be enough, but maybe there's an easier way. Maybe there's an easier way, right? That's what he's also thinking, I think. Whoa, king c7 he went.
Ah, yeah, but okay, that's nice. He wants to play b6 first. Since he's going to take on e4 anyway. Maybe that's the plan?
No, but why would you lose a tempo? Because then you have to move the king again. To b7 and then move it again, you know?
Yes. No, I thought he wants to put a pawn on b6 and then take on e4. So you get the pawn a bit closer. But then
after
bishop
knight
c6,
g2?
yeah.
After knight g2?
Yeah.
b6, knight 3. I'm not sure if this is so easy anymore.
Okay.
I don't like.
But then why would I want to play king c7?
Yeah, I don't understand. No, I don't like it because in this position, if I take on e4, I take on b7, and then I move the king. And when I go king c7, I have to take, and then I have to take back, you know? It just doesn't make sense to me, personally. Let me just check the engine. Is this good? After f takes, king b7, knight f5, and bishop c5, knight e3, and king c6. This is winning, yes.
But bishop e3 is not?
Bishop e3. This is +1. I think you will struggle.
Oh, really?
I think this is a struggle, yeah?
Because you don't get to exchange queens.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah. Yep.
I mean, you would probably win, but you would have to struggle slightly. But king c7, is this the live board? And rook c5? Ah, rook c5, you just don't give the pawn, okay. You just play like this. Okay, makes sense.
So what if black waits? King f3 or something?
King f3 or king d2, okay.
Or king d2, yes.
I think now you go b6 like you wanted.
But then you have to go after the bishop again, right? So let's assume that you wait.
Yeah.
Maybe you go rook a3 and rook. Is that it?
Yeah, I'm thinking the same. I'm trying to find a good way to do this. But somehow should be rook a3, king f3.
Maybe king d2. There's no option of king d2 anymore. Yeah, because now when you go rook a7, there's no knight e3, right?
Ah, correct. So
yeah.
Correct.
I thought that maybe king d2, but then there's rook a2. So
yeah.
That's not working either.
Absolutely, yeah. That's why also knight e1 is on the board, not after king e2.
And
b6,
okay.
Finally, yes. And now I wonder what's going to happen.
Maybe knight c2?
Knight c2 cannot happen because of rook c2. And even though it's opposite colored bishops, this is not enough to draw. Because this one will be exchanged for the bishop, and this is absolutely enough to win. So knight d3 on the board. What is his idea? I don't know. But I assume we will see either king b8 or rook a3 or something like that.
I would bet for rook a3.
Rook a3?
I would want to play rook a3, yes. Okay. It makes sense to me.
It does make sense
to me as well. I don't know the rest.
It doesn't make sense to me as well. Maybe his plan is to go knight b4. Just going from this side.
But then you would take on b7, right? So if I go
so you
here,
go, yeah. Yeah, and there's nothing to do.
I don't think any good discovered check. Maybe if knight d5 takes, no?
Yeah, absolutely. No, this will be winning.
Yeah.
This will be winning. I just want to see what is the live position.
Oops.
Knight d3, okay.
And he's thinking, what else is there?
I don't think
There's a
there's
check.
anything. I think
Maybe he just considers the check, but does it help? I don't know.
oh, he
Yeah.
did.
He did consider the
I
check.
don't know if it helps, but I guess he just did it to think, to have some more time to think, right?
Maybe.
Yes, and after
And
king
rook
e2.
a2?
Yeah. King b4. Sorry, not king. Knight b4,
Knight
I
b4.
assume, but like you said, knight, rook a7 just
Rook a7
seems
anyway.
to be working.
Maybe he wants knight c6. Would that be a possibility? Would this be a possibility?
No.
I don't think so.
No, rook b7.
You can even take, right? Yeah.
Yeah, and if you decide to do this, I mean,
No.
this just doesn't work.
Rook b8.
Rook b8, yeah, this doesn't
She's
work.
getting bored, I think.
Yeah, she's like, what the hell are you doing for so long? Talking for so long, you know? Be
By
quiet.
yourself.
Be quiet. Like, be quiet. I don't need to hear this. I will give her some food, don't worry.
She's not gonna die, is she?
No.
We're gonna see her tomorrow?
Yeah, hope so. No, she's just very loud. You know, she's getting deaf. She doesn't hear well very more. So maybe this is why she's meowing so much. Because she's like, oh, where's everybody? Why is nobody speaking? I think she doesn't hear anymore. So
maybe she has trouble hearing herself as well.
Maybe, yeah. Okay, so what? Oh, this was a mouse slip. Yeah, sorry. I was just like, rook a6?
Yeah,
what?
I saw
Rook a7. Yes, this is the correct move. And we can just wait for the
live board just had a hiccup there.
I'm just counting. So out of 34 games, there were 3, 4, 5 draws only in the first game. And this is a very strong tournament. Maybe I expected a bit more. So very, very fighting chess today. And I think we can expect.
I'm very curious to see how many upsets, because now we cannot really see it, but we counted a few. We counted at least 4.
Yeah. That's correct. I'm gonna check on chess results if there's some results there, so we can see. I know you already checked.
No.
Okay.
Yes, I did. I was hoping to bring you some news, but no.
Yeah, it's tough. So we will count by hand. Okay, king b8, by the way.
Why are we not taking the pawn?
He didn't take on b7 because knight f4. No, knight e3. And now we take on f4 as well with the check. It's a bit harder, you know, I think, this way.
But I was just wondering. So I go here. 1 second. So here, and go here, and go here, and go here.
Knight d5. And you take on e4.
That's what I wanted, but I think... Yeah, it works, right?
Yeah, it works.
b7.
Should work. Yeah, it works. Yeah, that's correct. Why didn't he take? I don't know.
He wants to take with a rook and be safe.
Yeah, okay. Forcing... yeah.
Maybe.
Yeah. This is safer, I agree. Slightly safer.
No, not in the mood to calculate. 79 moves. Okay.
And also,
take a break.
You play low on time for like 30 moves. It's exhausting, you know. It's very easy to blunder. Yeah, how many upsets? I mean, board 1 was an upset. Then board 5 was already an upset. This board
this is gonna be
an upset. So many top boards. Naidi Chakadi almost lost. This was the last end game, but he won at the end. So this was an almost upset. What else do we have here? Board 11 was an upset. Yeah, just many strong players. 15. I think we have at least 5 upsets, if not more. Maybe almost around 10.
We haven't seen all games, but I think there will be more on the other boards.
Okay, what do we do now after 93? How do we approach this? Do we go
I
rook
was thinking
e7?
take. I think between rook e7 and bishop e3, But to me, it looks like they, or maybe they don't work.
I don't want to play bishop e3.
Bishop e3, yeah?
Maybe.
There's more to calculate.
Yeah, exactly.
So rook e7.
I think I like rook e7. But then
And maybe
95. Okay, rook e4 takes b7. I think knight b4.
But this, yes.
Knight b4 is annoying. Huh. King c7, knight a6, king b6, knight b8.
And bishop e5.
Bishop e5.
And that's it, right?
And this should be it. This should be it, yeah.
e3 takes...
Okay,
we have time? Yes, we have time to guess.
Yeah, this is okay.
Yeah, but king c7 and this is probably fine. Oh no, knight c5.
Knight c5, we do not want... Okay, even this could be winning because we have the f-pawn. I think we could play f5 here and it's okay.
Okay.
I think so. Didn't calculate as well, but... by the way, okay, let's see what is live. So, rook e7, knight d5, takes, and b7. This is
so
actually...
this, what we were looking at.
Exactly. We will probably see knight b4. I don't see anything else. Right? Yeah.
No, I don't think anything else works.
Oh.
And then king c8.
Yeah, king c8.
Knight e7 me?
Oh. Okay. Sure. Works. If it works, yeah. But now knight b4.
But why not e3 now?
Because I'm taking it.
Bishop takes and maybe f5?
Yeah, or I don't... After e3, I take bishop e3. How do you take with the king?
With the king, I thought, yeah.
King c8, can I play? I think
I only
don't
have
even...
one check and you go king d8.
Exactly. Here, yeah, king d8. Okay, and also there was a resignation after bishop g1. Okay. Almost smooth. This game was almost smooth. Even at the end, I felt a bit scared. You know, one move and it can be a draw. But okay, he managed. He managed to...
Very good win, yeah?
Very nice win. I mean, all the wins that we saw today.
217 points over.
Yeah, that big of a difference. Yeah, wow. Gutam beating Sgîrcea Shant. Yeah, this is very, very tough. I think he will be very upset with black pieces. I mean, to start a tournament with a loss is always tough, but I guess every player here is very well prepared with white pieces, and sometimes...
Okay, so I was just checking, he's a very young player. 2010.
Born in 2010?
Yes.
Oh, okay, so he's 15 years old. Okay. Yeah. Very strong youngster, already an IM, soon to be GM, I assume. It's always...
If he keeps going like this.
A very nice win. A very, very nice win. And yeah, we have Wang Hao losing on the first board with black pieces. Again, beautiful game by Rostoltsev. He was just better. What can you say? Sometimes when your opponent is just playing better, you cannot do anything else but admit defeat. So also Sgîrcea suffering today. Also Daneshvar losing with black pieces. Yeah, I mean, white pieces were doing very well today.
We thought that people with white pieces won't have any big issues, no?
Yes.
But they... Even the favorites, I mean, Sarana, for example, didn't win his game.
Yes, there was the draw on the first board. Many interesting games. I mean, it shows that there's no increment, and after move 40, there's no 30-minute increment, there's 30-second increment only, and it shows that there's no draw after offer still move 30. So I think we will see very, very interesting and very strong games, very high quality games in this tournament. I'm excited to learn even more about the openings, what is trending right now.
And I'm sure we will. Tomorrow we have a round at the same time. So make sure you will be here with us to follow all the action. Here you have the schedule, and yeah.
Yeah, every round we see you same time, except the last one you will have to either wake up early or go to sleep later, depends where you are, to stay with
A
us.
white night.
Oh yeah, but many top players competing in this tournament. You know, this is extremely strong. Masters, Aktobe Open. Pairings for today, we don't have the results yet. We can tell you Wang Hao lost with against Rozotsev. Sarana versus Kuru was a draw. Gutam beat Sargsyan, Chaparino beat Badelka, Valiev beat Deneshvar, and then was that correct?
Yeah, that was correct.
And Shugiro lost. Sorry, no, Sugiro managed to win. Just a second, let me open everything.
Sugiro
won, Naidic won, and Aryan Chopra also won. So this was the sum up for today. We had very interesting games for sure. I am excited for the next rounds, Raluca.
Yes, me too. Let's see what tomorrow brings. There are going to be a lot of fighting games and a lot of strong people here. No easy games. So let's see what tomorrow brings.
Oh yeah, I'm very excited. Guys, see you tomorrow. Same time, same place. And hope you enjoy your day. See you tomorrow.
Thank you very much. Bye.
Bye-bye.